Yo, everybody! Hot girls for Zoran. Raise your hand if you're a hot girl. I've been doing Etsy magic all day. I've been pulling out the voodoo dolls. I think it's working. Are you Team Cuomo or Team Mandani, chat? Well, I don't know if you saw my title, but breaking news. Cuomo he's dead. This is real and true. We break news here on this stream. I know. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Cuomo can't come to the phone right now because he's dead. You don't believe me? Yeah? Do you see any evidence to the contrary? I'm so nervous and I don't even live in New York. I know, I kind of think that's how we're all feeling. You know, we're feeling like excited, but also are old people gonna ruin everything? Yet again. The old people who survived Cuomo's gubernatorialship in New York. Are the old people gonna fuck it up? I expect disappointment. Look, it's always having cautious optimism, okay? Like, I just have to say, we don't want to, like, never be excited for things, but also we know a lot of times how this shit goes. I'm old and I take offense. Okay, are you 90? When is the result going to come out? So the way that this works is New York City uses ranked choice voting. So that's why you've seen a lot of people say, like, rank Zoran number 1, do not rank Cuomo. If you're voting for Cuomo, that election happens tomorrow. Your polls open tomorrow. So 2021 was the first time that they implemented ranked choice voting. That is how Eric Adams won. But we are very unlikely to know the winner of tonight because you have to get more than 50% of the vote to win outright. And because of ranked choice, that is most likely not going to be taking place unless, I don't know, unless everybody in New York is like, you know what? This Zoran guy seems pretty cool. So what happens then is they will start doing subsequent rounds of tallying up voters' second through fifth place choices. Okay. So first round, let's say nobody gets more than 50%. So then what happens is the person who gets the
Carolyn
least
Well, 28
amount,
years was interesting but good. Quan love.
Angry Bullet, thank you for the 23 months. So the candidate who gets the least amount, they get knocked off. And then the people who ranked them number 1, their number 2 choice then goes to the remaining candidates. And so on and so forth until one candidate makes it over the 50% threshold. But the count is not going to take place until July 1st. Because absentee, mail-in, affidavit votes, which if the race is very close, those are very crucial. Those can be received and counted up until July 1st. So when Eric Adams won, I think it was like July 3rd that it was unofficially announced, and then they certify it on July 15th. So the polls closed at 9 o'clock tonight, so 20 minutes ago. Right now, these are the initial election results. Non-surprisingly, Zoran has taken an initial lead because the first votes that are being tallied are the early votes, and a lot of young people did early voting, and young people are skewing heavily towards Zoran, whereas Cuomo is relying on older voters. He's relying on particularly voters in the Bronx and on Staten Island. So he needs to have a really strong turnout. Turnout has not been looking excellent in those areas that he really needs to rely on. So are we hoping that Brad Lander voters went for Zoran? Yes. So because Zoran and Brad Lander have co-endorsed each other, so Brad Lander has said, vote me number 1, rank me number 1, and then, let me turn the music down. Vote me number 1, and then Zoran number 2, and then vice versa with Zoran. The hope is that in areas like Upper East Side in Manhattan, that is not looking good, not great for Zoran, but those voters for Brad Lander will be ranking Zoran number 2. So if Lander gets knocked out because he doesn't, once they start tallying second through fifth place choices, then those votes are going to go to Zoran. The Bronx apparently looks freaking horrible for Zoran. Yeah, I mean that's to be expected. Again, that's where Cuomo has to pick up a lot of his support. So now there are indications that we can look at tonight to give us a better idea of who's going to end up winning the primary. So if Cuomo, let's say Cuomo takes the lead, okay? If he's up by like 5% or less, that's not good for him. By 5 points or less, that's not good for him. If he ends the night with a lead of like 8 to 10 points, then it's very worrisome. It's very, very worrisome for the Zoranistas. I'm annoyed because I'm a New Yorker. I was planning to vote today, but then life got in the way and put me in the hospital, so I couldn't. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay. Yeah, it's like 1,000,000 fucking degrees in New York, which actually is good for it's good for Zoran and Brad Lander. 1,000,000 degrees in New York is bad for Cuomo because his supporters are older and it's really hot. I can't believe Cuomo did that. You know what? Cuomo did that to you, Jax. But yes, heat, weather conditions will tend to depress boomer turnout, and boomers tend to, they like to vote day of. It's interesting because it's the same thing with, you know, when you look at like, when you look at how Republican voters tend to vote, they are big day of. So when, let's say like the last presidential election, the early vote counts are going to skew heavily Democrat, but then day of vote is gonna, you know, it's where Republicans make up the ground. All right, let's tune in and see what's happening. Okay.
Or a front runner in this race, it would have had to have been Mark Levine.
Yeah, wait, hold on. I got breaking
Who knows,
points.
actually, where he goes from here. There's
Yeah.
There are a lot of different lanes.
Phone
that he
bank
could
from
go
M.
in,
Donnie during the
whether
last
he
3
continues
hours.
to run in this election,
Let's
but actually
fucking
just in
go.
general.
Lucky's dad, thank you for the 6
And,
months.
Yeah, it's a lesson for them there on a silver platter. So I think the fact that even the pod bros are saying when you have this stark juxtaposition of Cuomo and Mamdani and the Democratic establishment is circling the wagons around Andrew Cuomo, what are you doing?
Of course they are.
I
It
saw
is astounding.
Liz Smith, who
Of course,
was,
they
you know,
love,
Pete Buttigieg's
they love
campaign
centrist sex
manager, and who
pests.
was more of a moderate.
Yep.
She was like, "You're disgusting. Like you think that you should be propping up Andrew Cuomo? That's the best you have to offer." And you're upset about this guy who's like, you know, running a great
So
grassroots
basically,
campaign. So even
between
people like
Cuomo and
that
Zoran,
really
you have
saw
two visions
the
for New
decision
York.
to prop up
Do you
Andrew
want
Cuomo
the
and run him down, get
centrist
behind him, and all these people who
sex
condemn him
pest
for and
version,
call him
or
an
do you
outsider
want
coming
something
into endorsement?
actually
She really
visionary?
saw that as,
Do
I
you
think
want
rightfully so,
somebody
as a
who
complete
is
total
talking
indictment
about
of the
making
Democratic
life
establishment? And
affordable
I think a lot of these
for
people,
the people who live in
especially
New
if
York
Zoran
City?
wins, it will be a shockwave the way that AOC was, because
yeah.
that was a wake up call of like, oh, you know, when she beat Joe Crowley, that was a wake up call of, oh, any of it doesn't matter how long we've been there. Like we've got this restless, you know, left flank that could actually pose a threat to us. And their response at the time, which was in many instances, not completely, but in many instances,
It does look
was,
like
okay, well, we need to
it does
turn
look
all
like
of
the
our guns
total
to
vote
make sure
count
that
is
we
going to be
quash
similar
whatever this
to
rebellion
2021.
ultimately is. But you know, right
So
now,
about, you know, close to a
the
million
Democratic
votes
base is
cast,
more upset with
which
New
is
York
like
than
1/8
they ever have been
the
in
total
life,
population
ever.
of the
It's not even
city.
close. You know, all Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer,
Yeah.
they're disgusted
This is good news, though.
with all of them. And
This is good
complete
news.
lack
Today,
of leadership,
Today,
vision, focus,
the
backbone,
betting markets
especially right now in
surged
this
for
moment. So
for
I
Zoran.
think if you see Zoran able to
So,
actually pull this off
Look,
tonight,
I'm no
I
gambler,
think you're gonna see
okay?
a lot
I'm
of
no
primary
gambler,
changes. I think
but
you're
I
gonna
do
see
like
a major
I do like
breakdown
the
from the establishment
the
because
sign of that.
he could come from nowhere and beat Andrew Cuomo.
Latest yes price for Zoran is
all this.
85 cents,
Cuomo,
up
that would
34
be
cents.
an
That happened today.
For the mayor of New York City, after, I mean, it will be an earthquake. I mean, it will astound them, and in a way that AOC did, but on a bigger scale, because we're talking about the mayor of one of the biggest cities in the entire world, the center of power. You know, one of the top.
Yeah,
global
if
centers of
Zoran
power,
wins, this
and
would be
now
one
you
of the
have a
biggest
Democratic socialist
upsets in New
overseeing
York
it because
City's
you guys made them choose.
history.
It reminds me so much of Biden and Kamala Harris to some extent.
Dear
too.
Caroline
You
Kwan,
guys
which
made them
food is
choose.
best?
Let's even bring Hillary Clinton into the party.
What is best
Between
in life?
Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton. Those
Which
were the
food
choices.
is
It
best?
was them or Donald Trump.
Chips.
So Republicans decided that their voters wanted to go with Donald Trump. So if you want to vote for the Republican Party, you're going with that guy. Democrats were like, all right, we see you.
Yeah.
And we will offer you a man riddled with dementia.
How about that?
And a woman who is like the mascot of Washington corruption. Like they do this over and over again, and it sucks for the average voter, by the way, who might be uncomfortable.
All right, let's tune in here
and
and
you see
see
here
what
the
else is
difference
going
is,
on.
About 61 points. So Antonio Reynoso cruising to re-election in this one.
Okay, thanks very much, Bobby. We're going to go out in the field now.
Meanwhile,
to our Samantha Liebman, who's also been
meanwhile,
focused on
what the
city
fuck is
controller's race.
Eric
She's with
Adams
Mark
doing?
Levine's campaign in the West Village. Sam, what is the latest
Every
there?
single post that Eric Adams or whoever on his team makes, it's like, how is this guy still around?
Very happy right now that Mark Levine
Look at this fucking idiot. Look at this dumbass. Voted today. Eric Adams, Eric Adams, Eric Adams, Eric Adams, Eric Adams. Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. Like, explicitly they say, if you vote for the same candidate, if you vote for the same candidate, if you rank the same candidate more than once, it's not good. Okay, you can't do that. Maybe his cat sat on his keyboard and did copy paste. Maybe. Click on the Statue of Liberty for a live tracker. Okay, let's see. Okay, here, let's look at Manhattan. So Cuomo, first choice tabulations only. Okay.
Some supporters. Let's listen in.
About how we were going to rise up together. And then all of those street corners that we all
All right, let's see in okay, Mamdani, Lander. So
the best that we can be for each other. I believe to my core that public service is the most
scroll a little bit so we can see the pie chart. Okay. Okay, so if I click on that, does that change? All right, so that draws you in. Okay, let's look over here. Okay, so far, yeah. So Cuomo is pulling over 50% of the Bronx, but I need to see what the turnout is looking like.
they want change. And
You know what? Stop the count. I think I've seen enough.
for our city, and that is why we are here tonight.
I think I have seen enough to declare that this primary is over.
Now I have to just say, I've been
1/8 of the population is devious. I mean, look, that's
won some and we've lost.
that's how things go.
End of every campaign,
It's
we acknowledge
it is hard to get people to vote. I mean, people can't vote for a number of reasons, but also
government has always been to me.
also like it's getting out the vote is very difficult when we're talking about a new Democratic primary, right? This is something that is not a statewide election, and it's not a federal election.
And we're probably not going to know tonight. We also have to recognize that
Wait, who
once
is
we
this?
have a
Okay,
mayor,
Scott
a new
Stringer.
mayor, we have to be part of this. So we all have to go back and do what we've always done. We have to organize on the most local level. We have to organize our friends and neighbors. You know what we're facing in Washington. You know what we're going to face as we constitute a new government in New York City. We have to be in this, all of us together. And let me tell you one thing. I ain't going anywhere. Many of you think that this long series that we've been on, this Netflix series, you may wonder whether we're getting canceled. But I'm telling you, watch the trailer coming soon. So I just want to say some personal things. First of all, you don't do a campaign by yourself. And while I can't acknowledge every single person in this
Yeah,
room,
so here we
many of
go.
you have been with me such a long time. You know in my heart
New York
I will
City
over
early
the
vote
coming
versus
weeks.
election
But I
day
do
vote
wanna
comparison
first
by
start out
borough.
recognizing
So
my
early vote
entire
for
family first. Max and
early
Miles,
vote for the
who are not here
areas
tonight,
that
are watching on TV.
that are pro Zoran had a higher early vote turnout, but then day of
And I said,
the areas that are the boroughs that are pro-Cuomo increased. So that is, the Bronx, Staten Island.
And one of the great things we've enjoyed in this campaign is we've been
Here you can see, like, the early vote was 8%, and then by noon to 6 p.m. we had 13.2%. Staten Island.
I really do think the wrong person our family runs for office.
Staten Island increased as well as Queens. And then you can see here Brooklyn and Manhattan had a decrease.
I am very, very lucky to have you.
Chat, please be nice. This is my dad. This is Crumpet's dad. Sorry, Crumpet's dad.
And I want to say, look, we were a small but
Sorry.
mighty campaign staff. And I just want to thank the people on the ground who are with us every day. First and foremost, the person who inspired me.
Looks like, and then going into that next week where we just wait, really, that's kind of what I anticipate.
And what's your number on total votes, you think?
I mean, in my forecast, I had it around 980,000, but it seems like I haven't checked the 9 o'clock dump, but it seems like we're well over 1 million. So I probably undershot it there. It might be like 1.1 million, I would guess. I haven't checked.
All right, Michael, let me ask you what you make of this. These are the Polymarket odds as of now, which have Zoran at 96%.
That's fascinating.
Yo, look at what
97
APAC
just
sent
went
out.
up to.
I wonder if that's because
APAC an email blast to New York City members, RE mayoral primary. The stakes are high and the choices we make now will shape the future of our city. In a race where turnout is typically low, your vote can have an outsized impact. Classic fucking APAC. Classic APAC.
70% counted, other 66%.
Getting involved in yet another
What does that mean?
U.S.
What should people who are
election.
watching, because it's a very confusing stat.
It is a confusing stat.
While APAC does not endorse candidates in local elections, we strongly encourage our members to stay informed, vote, and help others do the same. Oh, right. Yes. APAC is not a foreign lobby. Yeah. They just lobby on behalf of a foreign state, but they're an American lobby. Why can't we get rid of it? I know.
Gambling inefficiency here because
I'm crawling up the walls. I'm cautiously
another drop
optimistic.
just
Pretty
came in,
good.
and we're over 760,000.
You know what?
votes,
I went into today with cautious
that lead is
optimism
held,
as well.
So I mean, that feels pretty
Interested
good
to hear your thoughts on Sam
Because when I
Sanders' opinion.
started
Why
this, it was
Colbert
like
asked the questions he did last night.
9-point early
I
voting
haven't
margin,
heard Sam
but then we
Sanders' opinion.
had an additional 350,000 ballots, and the margins held, which is surprising because
So those would be E-Day ballots.
Yeah,
right.
And
That
the
are
E-Day
coming
ballots breaking in line with early voting is, I think, something that almost nobody really expected.
The thought
and
was
it's an
that,
excellent sign for Mamdani.
and so the thought was that Cuomo would almost certainly win Election Day, but he would come in with the deficit that he'd have to make up. So if maybe the Polymarket people are looking, going, well, if he's holding on as Election Day ballots come in. Now I'm not sure.
I mean,
need
y'all,
to drill down
this
more to
is
see
looking
where
good.
those Election Day ballots are coming in from, because
This
obviously
is
that
looking
matters
good.
a lot. Do you have a sense of that, Michael? What places have
I don't
counted thus far?
quite yet.
Or-
His
unfortunately.
lead has
I've been
also
bouncing around
grown.
from
I
live stream to live stream.
totally get it.
All right, let's
will
let him
say-
go do some work.
I will say,
yeah.
good thing for another good thing for Mamdani is that every other candidate collapsed except for Brad Lander, and I expect that Brad Lander's votes will at worst by like a 2-to-1 margin transfer to Zoran. So I mean, right now that's looking good. I'm actually really
Zoran.
stunned that all the other candidates have collapsed and Cuomo's still at 36% with 770,000.
You know what? I'm going with the betting
Right, you would think
markets.
he'd be in the 40s with all that
I
collapsing.
think everyone expected him. No one would have expected that
I was with you last
750,000
night when we
ballots
watched
would
the
be in
Colbert
and
clip and
Mamdani
Ingrid
would
the
be up
Approach with
8.
Sam Cedar made some.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is-
I'll
this
take a
is
look at
kind
that
of-
in a little
I
bit.
mean, I thought Zoran would win narrowly, and that was kind of going against the polling grain. But
Yeah.
right now, it looks like
Maybe
you know,
a
could
romp.
be a watershed moment, but perhaps, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Michael, tell people again where to find. Oh, we just got one more dump, just up to 71% of votes in, it said, and basically holding steady in terms of the margin. So, in any case, tell people where they can follow you and support your Substack, Michael.
My Twitter's Michael Lang, Lange NYC, and it's just if you type my name into Google, paste NYC, it'll be there. Thank you, folks, for being on. I hope maybe when there's more clarity, I can hop
Oh,
back
yeah.
on.
We'll be here for a while.
Please
Thank
come back.
you.
Long time
Yeah.
watcher. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
thank you.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
so
struggling
nice.
a little bit
you.
because I don't want to get my hopes up too much,
I
but
remember
Zoran is
getting
really
my
good.
book
I
signed
mean,
from you and Sagar.
Oh my God.
So far,
1 week before COVID, hit in McNally
So
Jackson.
far,
Michael, I
things
remember-
are
we
looking
remember
good.
that so well.
Things
I mean,
are
what
looking
a
good,
time in
even
the
as
world, you know?
even
So
as
it's
day
it was a
of
thrilling
votes are coming
experience
in.
to get to be on with you guys 5 years later.
Well,
Did you get COVID at that show?
We just
You
got
know,
another
I actually
dump.
had COVID in late February of
He
that
brought
year.
He just went
COVID
up
to the
point-
show.
Well, maybe I
point
did.
two.
You're
So-
super spreader. Well, I actually, that's where I met Kyle.
The big
for
question
first time in
is, can
person.
Zoran cross the
Wow.
50% mark in the
Whoa.
first
Very
round?
consequential.
Crazy lore here.
Yeah,
And
wow.
you're also-
I mean,
you're
that would
making
be
my
wild.
Father's Day.
That
watching
would be
this. He's going to be very happy.
That's
Big
awesome.
fan of the show. So no, thank you.
love
guys,
that.
Thank you guys very much. And again, we all can be part of history. Another ballot drop came in. We're at 825,000 votes.
77%
And Mamdani
of the
is
votes
still
in.
up over 8%.
He's even climbing. He's at
He's
40,
climbing. Yeah, he's at-
44% almost.
8.2%.
We're seeing him advance.
Mike, why don't you just
even
stream? You can
stronger
come
than
on.
he was earlier
Yeah,
in the
we can
day.
Discord call.
This is very bizarre, but an incredible thing.
We'll take it.
You
have to
got
talk
the
to you
election
again,
night
in a little
adrenaline
bit.
rush.
Yeah, thank you,
Time to
Michael.
crunch some numbers.
Yeah, we'll see
Always
you
a
in a
pleasure.
bit.
Take care, you guys.
You too.
Thank you.
I see you
All
soon.
right. Well,
Oh man.
last
we got
time
another,
we did this,
we're
we
up at 77%.
watched Donald Trump win,
So
but I don't think things are the same this time
826,000
around.
ballots in. And yeah, I mean his lead just notched up even a little bit more. So I don't know. It's pretty wild. I'm gonna check back in with Polymarket. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of in 2018 when a much smaller crowd was at AOC's election night watch party, expecting her to lose, and then the first votes come out and she's up significantly. Like, oh, that's interesting, but
Were you there, Ryan,
that's,
by the way?
I was, and and we're like, we were live streaming with the Chapo guys. It was Brianna and the Chapo guys, and we were all doing a live stream on TYT. It was a slice of time.
Yeah, Chank is showing up in a little bit. He'll be swinging by.
Will he be?
I don't
Oh.
know.
No,
Been
he's
overwhelmed
in
with all the
LA.
chaos,
But
so
no,
I'm out
and
of the
then
loop.
the
What makes
numbers
this so
just held,
special? Well,
and
first of
even
all, because
widened,
Cuomo
and so
is
it's like,
fucking horrible.
Wow, what's going
He
on? Here?
is
This very strange. Now that was an election
horrible.
where you
But
had about
also
40,000
because
people
you know
vote.
Zoran
Total.
winning would be
Yeah,
he
no,
would
we're
be the
talking-
first Muslim to be mayor of
take
New York
anything away,
City.
but 40,000
He
people.
is
Sure,
a
right. They're more
democratic
volunteers
socialist,
than
so we got a lot of
voters.
big time firsts. He actually has a vision for making New York more affordable.
Wow.
He sides with the tenants versus the landlords.
That was seen as impossible
Um,
2 days ago.
Wow.
Let me be
Is Mike
clear,
still
if
here? I'm
Mamdani
gonna
wins
call him
the
on.
first round vote,
I'm just
it's
gonna
a
call him
wrap.
on Discord.
It's
I don't know if
over.
he's on
Yes,
his.
they'll do the ranked choice vote, blah blah blah. But if he is actually up at the end of the first round, none of the polls ever showed that. Actually, none of them.
Right.
So if that's what we're on track for, I mean, we will actually be able to exclusively reveal. Not
Exclusive.
Right.
Yes.
And what's
Like,
what's so
right
important
now,
about
he is
him
doing better
winning
than
tonight
was
if he
even
does win,
predicted
and winning by a decent margin
going into
is
election.
that the
going into
Democratic
E-Day.
Party apparatus tonight is deciding
Okay, Mike did
how
not
much
answer.
muscle they're going to put
Can't say I
behind
didn't try.
an Andrew Cuomo independent
point.
bid. If he were to, let's say, worst case scenario for Zoran in a world where he does run in the general, but he loses by 5,000 votes tonight and still decides to run, you could have the entire party consolidating around Cuomo and
Yellow.
even bringing enormous pressure to bear on Eric
All right,
Adams
hold
to
on,
not run
hold
as
on.
an
Okay,
independent,
I stepped away.
so
I,
that
you know,
Cuomo has a
dinner time.
track. But if
Dinner time,
Mamdani
what's
has
that?
a mandate from the Democratic primary election,
All right, well, give me 1 second. I have to, you know.
in a very difficult
Okay.
position. Because now they have to choose between
Okay, hold on a sec.
an actual mandate from Democratic
Let
primary
me
voters
change
and
this.
Andrew Cuomo, who was
Central
just rejected by
Committee
Democratic primary
feeling
voters and is insisting on
positive.
running. We'll have the, he would have endless money. And so it's
Yeah. It's a rarity, huh?
And then what
Feeling
so then what pieces
positive?
of the machine, what local unions, like what elements
How are you
Okay.
feeling?
in the face
I mean, I feel
a
good.
mandate
You know,
for
I
Mamdani.
think
So
I have
that's why
decided that I am going
him
to.
actually winning by
I think that I have decided that I am going to lead. I'm going to lead with optimism. You know, I'm tired of being very cynical. And
Well,
I'm just going to
I-
reset. Like, I'm pretending that I have a total reset.
his machine to go with him.
I just want to say that hold on, don't show that. Oh God, hold on. let me fix that. I have like my fucked up room, which I'm fixing.
Right now,
Chat.
I just have you on voice because I'm.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
You don't have to put me on the screen if you don't want. It's-
Video. Remember this was last time. It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same shit. So it'll just be Socialist Jesus's voice.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Wait,
okay.
are you fixing up your stream room?
Yeah. That's not what anybody cares to talk about. But this weekend,
Oh, that's exciting.
you know, I'm gonna be working on it with a few people. So we'll see. So it'll be at least better than it currently is. I'm trying to upgrade.
Okay.
You know, I
Yeah.
feel like you get to a certain point in your streaming career, and you're like, you know,
Let
maybe
me
the
get
thing
an
I whipped together like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
for like 20 minutes is not okay. Maybe I should upgrade a little
No,
bit.
I'm gonna be transforming my stream room as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's you know what? It's just gonna be Zoran themed.
Could you ask Mike why he told people not to rank others and only rank Mandami? The answer is I don't rank Zionists, and I don't think you should either. And the second thing is, the second reason is I know how ranked choice voting works. So basically, if you are ranking somebody who will be in the top 2, the other rankings don't matter at all. So if you rank Zoran number 1, everyone you put below him doesn't matter because he's winning. And the way ranked choice voting is, you only get 1 vote. And so it's only when your candidate is eliminated that your second choice is counted. So it doesn't matter. So it only matters to, fill out your full ballot if you're not ranking Zoran first. Like if you're ranking him 3rd or something, you just make sure that you rank Zoran above Cuomo, and that's basically a vote for Zoran as well, because the other people are going to get eliminated because they have no chance to win. See how Brad Lander has 11%? Like there's no way where Zoran's getting eliminated and then his votes are then going to apply to, say, Brad Lander. That's why filling out the full ballot is not necessary if you're voting for Zoran. Because that's how ranked choice voting works. Just a heads up.
Yeah, I mean, would you say though that it would be different if Brad Lander were higher? Like
Yeah, I mean, if the probabilities looked like it was 33% for each of them, then I probably would have told people to rank just to stop Cuomo. But I wanted to make it very clear to everybody that the moment Brad Lander started going like, I believe in a Jewish state of Israel, and I believe that globalized intifada is saying open season on Jews, he was kind of entertaining that ridiculous Islamophobic smear against Zoran. I think that should be penalized by people, and people should say that, like, hey, I'm not ranking you because you said that.
I've seen a lot of people feel like the bridge that Lander and Zoran have created between, the left and Lander being more of a liberal. He's
the social liberal,
social liberal, yes.
Progressive but Palestine,
right,
those people.
Right, progressive but Palestine. That is, ideally, there would not need to be this bridge because somebody like Lander would be aligning with Zoran completely. But in in our current political system where like liberals do hold so much political power, I guess like the way that they have co-endorsed each other, and I'm not trying to give Lander too much credit, but like him jumping in at points to like last night on Colbert's show, I thought it was gross the way that those questions were being asked yet again. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so here's kind of my feeling, maybe because I was a politician and I understand how Machiavellian they are and how they really think. And it seems pretty clear to me that the Brad Lander strategy was to kind of like posture as a little bit more radical than he is with, the civil disobedience he did with ICE this week, which I'm in favor of. And I lauded him for doing that. Like, I'm not saying that's bad. but he wanted to like position himself as the like, oh, I'm almost as left as him, but I'm not. I'm the safer choice, you know. While at the same time, kind of giving oxygen to the attacks on Zoran, while at the same time being kind to Zoran, so that Zoran people would like rank him second, right? Out of this strategy of, I'm gonna keep this cloud over Zoran a little bit just to help myself out, consolidate, you know, the kind of pants-wetting liberals. And if something bad happens, I'll be the one that was positioned to absorb his you know, followers. And I don't think that that's a very good thing to do. I you know, so for me, like the campaigns, obviously Zoran wants Lander's voters to rank him so he can get above 50%. And so he is pushing this like, and he's been trying to bear hug everybody else but Cuomo because that's the strategy. He thinks he's going to be the not Cuomo guy, and he wants all the other candidates to kind of like say rank him because then eventually their votes will go to him.
Right.
It's very clearly a strategy that advantages Zoran far more than it advantages Lander, like because he's not
even close.
Plausibly
Yeah.
going to be, he's going to be eliminated, so his votes will be deleted. And so you know, I understand why Zoran is making that strategy. But for me, since I'm not the campaign and I'm not the candidate and I'm the radical left winger, I can look at this and go, hey, this guy is not good enough. He's the old type of progressive that is why we are where we are. This is the Warren. This is the, you know, John Fetterman. These are the progressive. Oh, I'm progressive. And then all of a sudden they're screaming for bombing Iran, right?
Yeah. I mean,
so I think we should learn our lesson from that, right? And not promote those people. Unless, you know, the campaign doing what it's doing makes sense to try to win.
So,
but for me,
but essentially how you
I'm
feel,
not going to do that.
how you feel is like for people who were ranking Zoran #1, don't rank anyone else. But for everyone
Correct.
else, obviously rank Zoran because he needs those votes to get over the
Correct.
50% threshold.
If you rank Zoran 5th and you didn't rank Cuomo, that's a Zoran 1. That's the same.
yes.
It counts the same as Zoran #1. So like that's what ranked choice voting does. Ranked choice voting lets you do this cope where you like pick all these other candidates, but then the question is which of the top two are you going to rank over the other? And that's fundamentally where your vote goes.
No, I understand where it's like, okay, you know, Zoran and Brad co-endorsed each other. They were campaigning at points alongside each other. They went on Colbert last night, but like ideally you would rank Zoran #1.
Yeah, if you're ranking Zoran #1, it literally doesn't matter. Now, human beings believe in reciprocal morality. It's kind of like innate. You know, you do something nice for me, then I want to do something nice for you. If it feels like you're not reciprocating, then people get really like get mad about it. So like if people are like, "Oh, I'm going to rank Zoran #2," and you're telling, you know, Zoran voters not to rank anyone, that seems kind of mean and unfair.
And magnets,
That's goddamn
I
right.
think
Fuck
Mike,
those people.
Mike is not speaking from like a campaign strategist POV because obviously
No, I'm not.
Obviously, there was no way that strategy would have worked. Where it's basically like, "Hey, you give me $10 and I give you $5 back." I know, LOL. I'm agreeing with him. Yeah. So just to make it clear for anybody else, though, that like, obviously, from a campaign strategist perspective, you know, Zoran has to go to the rest of the candidates in the bunch that are not Cuomo and try and like strike a co-endorsement deal. Now, not all of them agreed. Like Adrian Adams said no, unless that changed.
Man, he is really not narrowing this gap at all.
Can we talk about this for a second? We have 86% of the votes in, and he has held his lead. Like, can we be excited?
I mean, unless there's something really weird going on in the like rankings of the other voters, like this is exactly what I said would happen. Actually, chat, I said yesterday that Zoran is going to win on my TikTok, you know, and I explained exactly why, and it looks like exactly what I said came true. Look at that.
I mean,
I don't know if he won yet. I'm not calling it. I'm not calling it. I'm just saying it looks like that.
The person coming in third is Brad Lander, and we have to believe that Brad Lander's
60 to 70% of those people are going to go to Zoran, right? We think like that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just talk about the campaign for a second? Zoran is exactly the type of candidate that I've always wanted. In that he is a happy warrior, he's a smiley guy, but he has sharp elbows, and he's not a pussy. And like when people were yelling at him to like denounce, globalize the Intifada, and he said no. And that showed you he's exactly the type of guy that we need. That shows you that he's an actual sympathizer on our side. He's not just like a politician who's an opportunist. He stood his ground. He defended his position. He explained it. And then when he was asked, does Israel have the right to exist? He says, as a state with equal rights, which in case you want to know, was a radical left-wing position.
Yes,
and he defended it.
I feel like he presented this template for how progressives can answer these questions, these ridiculous, disingenuous questions around Israel, and not like not have a chance at winning their races if they don't capitulate to Zionism. Like I do feel like he
didn't at all.
Right. So like this. So somebody earlier was like, I'm out of the loop. You know, why is this race so important? And I listed out some reasons, but I think like especially around the issue of Israel and Palestine, if Zoran wins and him being the most progressive on Palestine and refusing to back down from disingenuous claims of anti-Semitism around phrases like globalize the Intifada, then that proves. I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, every race is the same. Obviously, this is a Democratic primary, but that shows that, like, you don't have to back down. You don't have to capitulate.
Yeah, I mean, my personal feeling is that it's been very clear for a very long time that Democrats and independents, somewhere around 60% of the country, is firmly against what's going on in Gaza. And that it's an incredibly popular position. And it is only because of the system that we have and the politicians that we have that the Democratic Party is bucking its base, because it's an undemocratic institution. And I think what Zoran is showing you is that at the end of the day, there's still votes and the people speak. And so you don't have to be a pussy. And part of the and sorry for using the word pussy, but it's the only thing that makes sense to me right now. You don't have to be a wuss.
Say you don't have to be a sweaty ball sack.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to be a sweaty ball sack or a coward. You could actually go out there and speak about a vision. You could speak for what's right, and that actually fires people up. And it actually makes people want to show up. And I want you guys to understand something here. Andrew Cuomo was a governor. His father was the governor. He was endorsed by Bill Clinton, who campaigned for him today. He got tens of millions of dollars of super PAC money. He had all the mainstream media. He had the New York Times denouncing Mamdani. We've had mainstream media. We've had billionaire money. We've had the Democratic Party machine. We've had everybody uniting against Zoran, who is a 33-year-old state assemblyman who has alternative media, TikTok, and fucking door knockers.
Yeah, who, you know, just a month ago, things looked completely different for him.
And it was actually 1 month ago what I said. I think that if the trends continue, Zoran has got this. And the reason why I felt that way then, and the way I feel the reason why I feel it now, is we've actually started to turn the corner, where on the left side of the political spectrum, the stranglehold of mainstream media is starting to crack.
You know,
in 2016 and 2020, it was the mainstream media that controlled the Democratic Party primary vote, and now it's finally starting to fall apart with the Gazan genocide.
I want to ask you, so Jon Favreau just tweeted, maybe the old guard Democratic establishment should stop throwing their weight behind candidates that voters keep saying they don't want. Just an idea. I like the pod save bros frustrate me and also confuse me, because it's like, what have you been doing for 10 years? You have supported the old guard Democratic establishment.
Well, no. They've supported Beto and, Kamala Harris. What do you mean?
Yeah,
and
I guess.
Buttigieg. What do you mean? But those is that is the old guard. Like, I just want to make this very clear. That is the old guard.
Like to me, the Pod Johns have not been on the front lines at supporting like real progressive candidates.
No, of course
supporting
they
like
haven't.
a
No, of
real
course not.
progressive agenda.
No. I mean, they are very adept at kind of capturing the liberal Democrat and surrounding it with this veneer of progressivism or like eating red meat to the base.
Mm-hmm.
But in the moments of decision, they always go with the establishment. And like, I'll make this prediction right now. They're going to be big shills for Pete Buttigieg's 2028 presidential run. Like it's very clear that's what's happening now. And they want to have a veneer of like being in favor of, AOC or whatever. And it's because they're just trying to steal shine. It's very simple. They are establishment goons who got a job as speechwriters out of like an Ivy League school. Like that's what these guys are. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
think they
come on.
recognize too that like as they have aged and like their viewers are, the skew older, tend to be like establishment Dems. And I think they're seeing like young progressive content, some people who are in their 30s and 40 as well, which is young to me. But
I mean, like,
I think
Zoran is doing great even in the Upper West Side right now. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
No, that's okay.
I
was just saying, like, I think the Pod Johns recognize, and I've heard them say this before, that like they're turning into that, like they are a part of the old guard, the older that they've gotten, and like they're being outpaced by content creators who are progressive, who are who are not supporters of the Democratic Party. And I think they're kind of scrambling to like, how do we stay relevant, right? How do we stay relevant and grow our base beyond establishment Dems?
Oh yeah, and they're neoliberal ideologues. I think that one of the things that's really interesting about politics for me is that, and I've talked about this a lot, that a lot of people self-identify as moderate, but if you actually talk to them about their policies, they're far left, and they don't really know what these different labels mean. But the media kind of uses these labels as a way of being like, oh, this person identifies as a moderate, therefore they like Joe Manchin or something, right? But when you ask those same moderates, who is your favorite politician? Do you know who they say is their favorite politician?
Who? Like Bernie?
Take a guess. Bernie, correct.
Yeah.
He's the most popular candidate with moderate voters. He's got the highest approval rating with self-identified moderates. Now, that only makes sense if you understand that moderate doesn't mean a position on the political spectrum. Maybe it's kind of like an orientation, or maybe a sign of somebody who's not highly engaged as far as the day-to-day politics as a hobby. But like, the reality of this situation is somebody like the Pod Johns, they actually do oppose us on the ideological position. They're part of this tiny fringe of maybe 3 to 5% of Americans who actually identify as neoliberal and know what it means. Right? Like, that's a tiny fragment of the party, but it has 100% of the leadership positions. It has 100% of the like big party apparatus controls.
I mean, also John Lovett is a Zionist. Like, Tommy, I think has better
which is
takes
fucking
on.
insane. Can I just say this? That it's fucking insane to be a Zionist. It means you think Arabs cannot live side by side with Jews without resorting to violence. That's what that means.
Yes. No, it means
it's a racist belief. It is a batshit crazy belief. It's like listening to someone out of Jim Crow South in the 1950s.
Thank you, DCB, by the way. It's this belief that Muslims are just inherently a violent ethnic and religious group. Like, that's what that is. It's that when you look at the world, Muslims are just inherently violent, especially compared to other religious and ethnic groups, which is just straight up racism. Also, yes, you guys, this is a picture of Cuomo. The Saratoga water He's making calls, okay? He's calling his people in Staten Island and going, "What the fuck? Why is Mamdani?
Did you
why
see
is
what's happening in
doing
Staten Island?
Yeah, Mamdani is doing better than predicted.
Yeah.
He's pulling more votes in Staten Island away from Cuomo.
Okay, so I just wanted to give you this opportunity to say thank you to all the white men. If you are not a white man, please say thank you for the white men who are coming out in droves. For Zoran.
we got Bernie Bros 2.0. Bernie Bros.
It's our burden, but
wait, look at this fucking map. Okay. I know, it's your burden. Look at this map. Cuomo's got the penthouses. Zoran's got the people. Like, there's a reason that the business community, that billionaires, that corporate interests in New York have been ringing the alarm bells.
Oh, man.
As Zoran has surged in popularity. Yeah, it's white boy summer. It's motherfucking white boy summer.
Finally, we get credit. God.
Okay, let's
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a moment where I just want to turn to anybody who's shitting their pants, who's a centrist, and I want to look you straight in the eyes and say, it's Zoran or else. And I mean that with my whole heart. Like, the American people demand change. And Zoran is the person who's got to tinker with tax rates and build up, some other programs. But this country, it is a tinderbox, and the systems are broken, and our government's ineffective, and it can't deliver, and people are pissed off. And either we get some sort of social democratic reforms to restabilize this machine, or it's going to burst. And so it is Zoran or else. That's it.
Yes.
That's all I have to say.
And I think this is being laid so clear in New York, where it's like, look, this is between Cuomo and Zoran, two different visions for the future. One where it's the status quo, one where it is not about supporting working class people, about making their lives more affordable, making their lives better. It could not be clearer than it is now in New York City, where we have the ability, we have the option here. And I just hope that this is the beginning, Okay, we have an update from AP. They're officially saying that we're going to go into ranked choice count. Neither Democrat got a clear majority in Tuesday's vote, but Zoran still has held on to an 8-point lead.
It's fucking,
yeah.
If Zoran is leading going into the eliminations, it's very unlikely
when they were
that he
talking
can
about this, when they were like doing, numbers to look for, like whatever, they were talking about it, framing it as Cuomo would be leading. It's just a matter of like how much he would be leading. And if he was leading by 8 to 10 points, then that was a very good sign for him. If he was leading by less than 5, then that meant that Zoran could, things could still turn out. Zoran has held on to an 8-point lead for multiple rounds of new vote tallies.
In-person voting. Oh, yeah. It's 88% in.
Yes. Like, even as E-Day votes came in, this did not change. Yeah, go ahead.
Amazing. Oh, a suspicious user wanted to say the Wuhan Institute of Virology was funded by New York. And you're right. See, actually, the left intentionally engineered COVID-19 so it would spread to New York. And then Andrew Cuomo would put his supporters back into nursing homes when it was unsafe. And he wiped them all out.
And then covered it up.
Yeah. But because he killed so many of his voters, now they're not here to vote for him today, and the socialists are going to win. It was a DSA and Communist Party of China alliance deep state plan, and we executed it flawlessly, and we're getting away with it.
Yeah. Cuomo killed Jay Schlatt's grandma. So when Zoran wins, Jay Schlatt's going to be standing by going, tell him it was me. I want him to know that it was me. Cuomo was a
And I would
sleeper
do it
cell.
again.
Yeah, Cuomo is a sleeper cell.
Also, have you ever seen the Chris Matthews statement he made about the left winning?
Was
Like when Bernie Sanders looks like he was gonna win.
Oh, wait, back in
2020.
2020. Have I
Here,
feel
let
like
me
I
link it
have.
to you. I want to show you because they're back on. They're back on, chat. The executions in Central Park are back on. If you click them, if you're into jokes, if you just want to be serious, then tell me to shut the fuck up.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like, man, we did it, Joe. All right, let me see. Hold on.
I have my own views of the word socialist, and I'll be glad to share them with you in private. And they go back to the early 1950s. I have an attitude about them. I remember the Cold War. I have an attitude towards Castro. I believe if Castro and the Reds had won the Cold War, there would have been executions in Central Park, and I might have been one of the ones getting executed. And certain other people would be there cheering.
Ain't no way Chris Matthews saying that he was going to be executed in Central Park by the socialists.
Maybe in Central Park with the guillotine.
No, there's an
I'm
emote.
kidding. This is
Wait,
jokes.
there's
This
a
is jokes.
fucking there's a Twitch emote. DSA Park. How have I not known about this? There's a fucking emote.
That's just those are red bushes. It's all. Central Park is beautiful in autumn. I don't know what you mean.
Oh my God. Wait, I have to watch
I have a problem with people who took the other side. I don't know who Bernie
I don't know
supports
why
over
everybody
these years.
likes Central Park all of a sudden. This is
Yeah, that's just paint, I
odd.
think. That's just,
No, it's a bush. It's autumn, you know? That's
well,
when I put it that's when I uploaded
it's
it.
giving Christmas, and
Yeah,
no
it's
better
Christmas.
place for Christmas than in New York City. It's lovely.
I don't
It is
know what he
lovely.
means by social. One
You
week
know,
it's
when the leaves are
Denmark. We're gonna
changing
be
or
like
they're off.
Denmark.
I guess
Okay,
it's
that's
Christmas, so they're off the trees at that point.
How have I not
harmless. That's basically a capitalist country with a lot of good social welfare programs. Denmark is harmless.
Pretty clearly in the Denmark.
Is
Denmark.
it?
Yeah.
Are you sure? How do you know? Did he tell you that?
Well, I mean, that's what he says, and that's what his agenda calls for, right?
Yeah.
You know what? What's his name? Oh my God, Chris Hayes. I know that there is a progressive trapped in Chris Hayes. Like,
Oh yeah, no, he hides his power level.
he does. I know he does.
There's a few people who do.
Yeah.
Let's figure that one out.
But we
They're
haven't
few and
seen
far
a
between. They fired a
campaign
bunch
yet
of them after
where video of
the
him
October 7th.
I have to watch this one more time. Yeah.
He's like one of the few that survived.
That is because of it,
Yeah, I think he was.
I don't know about it.
I think he was
And the
aware.
Reds had won the Cold War. There were executions in Central Park, and I might have been one of the ones getting executed. And certain other people would be there cheering, okay? So I have a problem with people who took the other side. I don't know who Bernie supports over
Wait,
the
Chris Hayes is just cracking up as he goes off and saying that people would have been cheering as I was executed by the Castro socialists.
years. I don't know what he means by social. One week it's Denmark.
Listen. I personally don't support executions in Central Park. I just think it's funny that he said that because Bernie Sanders won the Nevada caucus. Like that.
Wait, this was
what the
this was
fuck?
after Bernie won the caucus, and that's when he went on talking about
Yeah.
executions. And so basically, like, if Bernie were to win, then they would give the go ahead to executions in Central Park.
Yeah, correct. And that was because like Bernie Sanders did really well in like the Hispanic precincts, especially like the Union heavy precincts in the Nevada caucus, and like the Reid machine was smashed, and like people were bucking their like Union leader directions for the caucus vote. So it was full blown panic mode. That was the point where people thought Bernie was gonna win. Like even the centrists, they were like, oh, he's gonna win. So they went into full nuclear meltdown mode, and that was the like peak meltdown moment of the entire 2020 like campaign. So it holds a special place in my heart.
Wait, Chris Matthews kind of fell off since then. Did the Democrats recognize that they were like, okay, we maybe need to?
Oh no. He got fired for sexually harassing his hairdresser.
Oh, sorry. There's so many of these sexual harassers that I kind of I kind of forget, Not about Cuomo though. Okay, I just want to take a moment though. Ruby, thank you for the 22 months. I just want to take a moment, and y'all, we were right to be excited. Like, I know we're so damaged. I know we're so, we've had victories in our grasp that have been ripped away. But I think what this shows is that you can vote the old fucks out. You can vote the centrists out. Like, you do not have to go with the money and with the political power. Like, this is big. This is huge. Everybody just take it in. Leftism is a winning strategy. That's right. Being a real progressive.
Right it is.
Being a real progressive and offering a progressive vision is popular. It excites people. People don't get excited when you're like, look at how bad this other guy is. They get excited when you offer up a positive vision for them. When you're like, hey, I can make things better for you, and here's how I'm going to do it. And when you lead with, that's like, look, they thought Kamala was doing that, leading with smiles and giggles and all that, and then was like, hey, I'm going to be no different from Joe Biden. Hey, I'm going to be a Republican. Zoran is different. He was leading with smiles and light, and was offering a real progressive future for New Yorkers, and it resonated. It did.
Chad, I'm seeing a scene from Zoran's victory party.
Wait, what do we have? Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Oh my God, Mike. I was like, what are you talking about, victory party?
It's a Madison Square Garden. Didn't you hear?
The beheadings in Central Park are going to begin, and you're laughing. You're laughing, and they're going to be beheading Chris Matthews in Central Park. And you're laughing.
Yeah, I'm helping. I'm just there smiling with a mop. Don't you feel patriotic right now, Chad?
You know what? I feel, for the first time in a long time, I feel proud to be an American. I do.
Oh, hell yeah.
I feel proud. It's like, look, people will always say, like, oh, you hate this country. America, then why don't you leave? It's like, man, I want to make America better. I want to make America a real progressive utopia. I want things to be better for people. I'm not trying to leave.
It's funny because when we win, and we will, and we implement these changes, the most painful part will be people will just be like, they'll forget what it was like before. When there's high-speed rail crisscrossing this country and Medicare for all, and you can just go to the doctor and get taken care of, and like when you can go to college and pursue your degree with no cost, and when the air is clean and we have renewable energy and all these problems have been dealt with, people will just like forget. It's like they will even forget what it was like before. They'll forget all the people who doubted that we could do it, who thought it was impossible. And so I just want you to remember this moment. Remember the moment of just, I don't know what's going to happen tonight, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the people are with us. Mm-hmm. And the main thing is we have to teach people that it's okay to dream, it's okay to hope, it's okay to believe. The analogy I sometimes use is like, imagine if you stopped dating after the first time you got your heart broken. Like, how impoverished would your life be if you just never tried to find love again? So yeah, we've had failures, we've had defeats, but life is about moving on and growing and changing and never giving up. And as long as you're in the fight, there's still hope. And I could say, like, 4 weeks ago, this tonight probably seemed like an impossibility. And this is always my number one thing. If there's anything you take away from me, the one thing I want you to learn is that we never know what the future will hold. And we don't know what is politically plausible or possible.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as you hold that to your heart, that what you're doing is right and it makes sense logically, the sky is the limit.
Here, man. Here. And
I will never be a doomer, no matter what happens. If I'm the last guy alive, I will not be a doomer until I'm fucking cold.
You guys, it's about waking up every day, even in the face of great adversity, setbacks, right? Feeling as if like it's impossible. It's waking up every day and making the decision to believe in a better future. Like, otherwise, what's the point? What's the point? And the powers that oppose progress in this country, they want you to feel like there is no hope, that this is as good as it gets. And you have to actively choose not to fall for that, not to believe that, even when things seem impossibly hard and progress feels like it's slipping out of our grasp. Like, you have to wake up every day and choose for things to be better, like that you want things to be better, and so you keep up the fight. No reason not to primary Hakeem Jeffries now. Primary all these bitches, straight up.
No, we should primary 500 people. There's only 435
They should be
reps, but
scared. You want to know why they didn't want Zohran? Because they knew if Zohran would win, it was over for them. They knew that somebody like Zohran winning, that gets the dominoes going, okay? Because Cuomo had every fucking thing going for him. He had name recognition. His daddy was the governor. He was the governor. They have been a major dynasty in New York for 50 fucking years. He had a war chest compared to Zohran, okay? He had $20 million more to spend on this race. He had the establishment. He had the media on his side. New York Times, The Atlantic, Stephen fucking Colbert. All right. He had the party endorsing him. He was, for a long while, leading in the polls. He was the front runner, and it wasn't enough because the people went, nope. Fuck you, Cuomo. They are done. They are done. Another update from Ken. Let's see. Wait, this is what we were looking at earlier. He's going to need a lot of Saratoga. He is going to need...
Can I just say, fuck everybody who ever tells you to, like, let sexual harassment go, and they have these fucking rapists and sexual assaulters representing the Democratic Party, and then turn around to be like, oh, if you don't support Kamala, you hate women. And then immediately they're like, well, the rapist, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend.
Yeah. Yeah, like... It shouldn't be so normalized. It should not be so normalized having sex pests in political office, having sex pests endorse other sex pests so that we can just keep having sex pests in power. Like, that doesn't have to be the case. All right.
And thankfully, white men were here to show women that it's not okay to support misogyny. Thank God for white men. Am I right, chat?
White men, you have permission to say inshallah.
Yes! I'm fucking hyped. I love election day. I'm always been an election day enjoyer. Were you an election day enjoyer in politics, or were you a nervous Nelly?
Was I an election day enjoyer? I mean, the last time that I remember being like I don't know, excited and over the moon was Obama. Like, on actual, like, election day. Oh, well, I guess sorry, I was only thinking about like presidential elections. Like I said, today I woke up and I said, I'm resetting. Wait, Cuomo is speaking as if we.
Oh, okay. I gotta listen to
Wait,
this.
where? Will you link me?
I don't know, chat. I don't have it.
Who's got it? Cuomo speaking. Here, link it. Link it, please. Mustache pageant. Thank you for the tier 1.
Oh, isn't Lalo? Does he have to get a tattoo now?
Wait, what? Lolo?
I thought Lolo made a bet that if Zoran won, he has to get a tattoo. Is that right? Of like.
That we,
wait, that's fucking hilarious. Okay, here he is.
Yeah, I thought he made a bet.
But tonight was not our night. Tonight was Assemblyman Mamdani's night, and he put together
he said his name right.
Great campaign,
Wow.
and he touched young people and inspired them and moved them and got them to come out and vote. And he really ran a highly impactful campaign. I called him, I congratulated him, I applaud him sincerely for his effort, and let's give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
And
touched
thank
young
him for
people.
his
No, that's
campaign.
you, Cuomo.
Now, I want to look at all the numbers as they come in, and this ranked choice voting, and what the numbers actually say and do. There is no doubt that there are important issues that are facing this city. That's why this election is so imperative. That's why so many people came out to vote, because these are real issues. And they're not getting better, and they're getting worse. And that's why New Yorkers are as concerned as they are.
He just keeps saying like these
the challenges
issues.
we face are real.
These
and they deserve
issues.
real consideration. And I want to give some thought about the best way to help address them, the best way to help the party, but most of all, the best way to help the city. And that's what we'll be thinking about as we go forward. So we'll be looking at that. We'll be having conversations with that because the work is what is most important, and the city is what is most important, and the progress for the city at this important time is what is most important. And in the meantime, I just want to say thank you again from the bottom of my heart for your really fantastic effort and friendship. Again, I want to applaud the Assemblyman for a really smart and good and impactful campaign. Tonight is his night. He deserved it. He won. And we're going to take a look. We'll make some decisions. But I love each and every one of you, and I thank you for what you've done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nothing tastes better
Yeah, no, a lot of people are
than the
saying
tears
this,
of an enemy.
this sounds like a concession speech, because it is, because he is not going to win the primary. Now, he is still going to be able to be in the general. And if you're like,
Do you
what?
think he's gonna run?
Yes.
I think his spirit might be broken.
Bro, he's got like Bill Ackman and
Yeah, I
these
know.
psychopaths who are, they are waiting in the wings to just pour money into his independent campaign.
Could I just say that the New York City DSA deserves all the credit in the world, because Zoran is a DSA guy. He's not like a politician who went with DSA. He is from DSA. He is out of the cadre. He is out of DSA, New York City. They did this. He's their man. And they have won the fucking Democratic nomination for the richest city in the world.
I mean, look at that 8-point lead holding, man.
It didn't budge.
Strong night for the left. Mamdani will finish well ahead in first round. All Challenge NYC Progressive Caucus counselors will win. That's 10 of them. Left may add new counselors. The more liberal candidates up in Syracuse and Buffalo easily won and took outside of New York. A Dem candidate won a seat in New Hampshire, beating back transphobic attacks. We love a good night for the left. I mean, that's the thing, though, is like a good night for Zoran benefits other progressive candidates who are running.
You're goddamn right it does.
Elections. That's how it goes, you know? We see those we see those trends. What is that music? Oh, it's coming from his fucking so for those of you who are like, no, I don't think he's going to run as an independent. I genuinely think he will be pressured into it because the billionaires who are waiting to take out Mamdani are going to pressure him. I think the Democratic Party is going to pressure him. They probably got some blackmail or shit on him. I mean, I think that even if you think like, oh no, this has ruined his spirit or whatnot, I don't know, man. I mean, they're not going to, they don't want to throw their money to Adams. They want it to be Cuomo. So now if he runs, you know, that splits between Cuomo, Adams, and what's his name? Who's that? Who's the one attorney who's running? There's like 4 of them that it'll split between. Anastasia, thank you for the tier 1. Teddy, thank you for the 5 months. They're going to pull everything out. Yeah. Yes. They already spent $28 million on the primary. They're going to bring out the big guns. It goes deep. You've got Bloomberg, you've got Bill Ackman, you've got these super PACs. Yeah. So I think my prediction is that he's going to run in the general. Michael? Did he leave? Oh no, he's still on the call. Oh, he must have taken a break.
Sorry, I'm still here. I hit my mute button. Sorry about that.
I was like, what happened?
I was like talking and I was like, what? Oh, sorry. I hit my mute button for a second.
Yeah, no, these billionaires are going to be fighting this all the way.
You know, the thing that's really striking to me is like I have been kind of a Democratic Party despiser since the genocide, where I've just been like, this party is toast, this party's garbage. And it is. And I think the thing that I'm really curious to see is just how many centrist Democrats just completely abandon any pretense of vote blue no matter who. And they just kind of openly campaign for Cuomo and kind of break party ranks. Because I think that'll be very clarifying for people as to why I hold the position I do, that we should like restart the Bull Moose Party or start a Labor Party. We should dump the Democrats using people like Zoran, using people like AOC, and just make that dirty break and try to make our own party where the progressives are in command and you can't use billionaire money in the primaries, and we just go for it. Because if you look at what's going wrong with our country, it's the fact that the Democratic Party leadership is just completely undemocratically selected, out of step with the base, beholden to AIPAC. And how do we break through that? You know, I'd rather start a new party that everybody can say like, hey, that's the Bernie Sanders party, rather than trying to win 435 individual race primaries that are 30% turnout. You know what I mean? It's just like this. Yes, he won a primary. And that's important. But then he's going to be saddled with the Democrat label while they run as an independent, while they trash the party on their way out, whereas they steal all the money on their way out, which is exactly what they did in Nevada. It's exactly what they did in Buffalo with what's her name? God, she won the Democratic primary in Buffalo. I'm blanking on her name. India Walton.
Yes.
And like they did that to India Walton. So it's like this is a moment where We'll see if they bend the knee. We'll see if they come out and say, okay, we disagreed on some policies, but you got to vote blue no matter who. We'll see if Hakeem Jeffries comes out and endorses Zoran and campaigns for Zoran. I mean, he's the leader of the Democratic Party, right? It's his city.
Fucking primary Hakeem Jeffries. Green Bass guy, thank you so much for the tier 1. Wombat,
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, primary that piece of
Thank
shit.
you for the 5 gifted subs and the 2 months. Citrus, thank you for the bits. There's no limit that we can give Zoran for the general, right? I mean, yes, there is, but make a super PAC. How about that? No, Richie Torres is somewhere crying. He's screaming, crying, throwing up. He's screaming, crying, throwing up. God, this is just like, you know what? I posted this earlier. I posted this earlier on Twitter, but Zoran has experienced more vile racist attacks than any other candidate in this race. As he's grown in popularity, the attacks have increased from the media, from politicians, from influencers, from randoms on the internet, from fellow candidates. Every interview he does, everywhere he goes, no one asks him about how Muslims feel. No one asks him about like what he'll do to combat Islamophobia, which he has personally experienced. And this is because it is so normalized in the United States of America to be Islamophobic that like they do not want Muslims winning elections. They do not want Muslims participating in politics. And so it's like, look, he's, as far as his agenda goes, it's great. It's progressive. But like just having him win so that these racists can sob, right? That they can have a bad day, that they can have a bad fucking day seeing that their racism didn't work this time. That it's like, you know what? You pulled out all the guns and you ran back the playbook and it didn't work. So fuck you. Aaron Abortion, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Tacoma Blues, thank you for the gifted as well. Oh man, I just, it feels good. It feels good to get a win, right? And a huge win. And to like see all of these racists just crying into their bowls. Him and the Subway guy talked a little bit. It's only when he goes on like alternate media, right? Or when he says himself, like when he broke down in tears and was talking about what it's like being Muslim and how the more visible you are, just the increase in vitriol that you receive that is acceptable. Like it is acceptable to be Islamophobic. It's encouraged to be Islamophobic in the US. I will straight up hear from people and they'll say, I'm not racist, but I just don't like Muslims. That's what they'll say. Like that there is no understanding. There is no like empathy about what it's like to be Muslim in this country. It really is like this normalized, I'm not racist, but I just do not like Muslims. I just 2 billion people in this world I have written off as bad.
Well, I want to say that it's only acceptable among the freaks and the media elite and the Democratic Party and Republican Party elite and the Republicans too. Like regular people don't fuck with this shit.
I hope that
and
that's
it didn't
what that
work
showed tonight. Yeah.
It didn't work. They spent tens of millions of dollars smearing this man as an anti-Semite, smearing this man as a terrorist supporter, smearing this man as, some radical because he believes that Arab children have human rights. And it just failed.
It fucking failed. I love what I'm seeing.
So maybe this
Hashtag
country
don't
isn't
rate
as shitty
Cuomo.
as we think.
I have to believe that real shifts have been occurring, right? You look at the support for Israel being at a 30-year all-time low. Like a Muslim man is going to win the Democratic primary in New York City. Like these are things that I think we have to hang on to dispel the cynicism and the despair. Frozen bananas. I'm sorry if I was annoying before, but I looked closer at the results, and yeah, what I'm seeing is the first round, and yeah, I get the excitement. I'm pulling a Dave Weigel, as have many others, and saying that Zoran won the Democratic primary. 90% of the vote total is in. Okay. He has held on to an 8-point lead. The predictions were that Cuomo was going to be in the lead after the first, after day one, but that, or what did I say? Dave Weigel, Dave Wasserman, one of the Dave W's. And that he would, it was more of a question of like, how much in the lead is he going to be? So the fact that Zoran has led this entire time with almost the entirety of election day vote in, and it's great. Like this is beyond what was expected. Right, for like best case scenario for Zoran. Cuomo conceded. He didn't concede. He
it's Joe. How the fuck is he gonna win?
Right. I'm saying like he didn't officially say, okay, I'll see you in the general, or like, yep, the primary's over. But essentially, he gave a concession speech because it's Jover. It's done. It's done. He would need to get over 70% of the second round votes to win. He's done, cooked like a goose. Yeah, he's probably already on the phone with his billionaire supporters.
God, I really need to start betting on my predictions.
I mean, look, you guys, the betting markets were right. Okay, this morning when it jumped up 38% for Zoran, don't get it twisted, but get it twisted. Citrus, thank you for more bits. I want a compilation of liberals crying on. I just all of them go railing about how New York City is going to fall to ruin. S4M, thank you. Sona Kabas, thank you for the 2 months. Stephen Colbert, man, what did you think about that, Mike? Somebody linked me. I haven't watched it yet, but it was Sam's take on it.
I think it's a perfect example of Islamophobia. I think it was a rat fucking attempt by I think there's a lot of cope. I've never liked Jon Stewart or what's his fucking name? You just said it.
Stephen Colbert.
No.
I never liked Johnny Stew ever.
I'm a John Oliver. I'm a John Oliver head. I was always a John Oliver head.
John Stew, like early 2000s John Stew, when he was like, taking on Tucker
I remember
Carlson
the rally to restore sanity. I might have liked him before that, but it was so fucking cringe and so lib. And then he was just a bitch-made loser who quit immediately, and Bernie Sanders is like, he quits talking about politics while Bernie Sanders is running in 2016. You know what I mean? It's just like he's so conveniently absent from every time there's like a moment where progressivism could like surge. And his politics suck, I don't know. I'm just not, I like funny stuff, not stuff that I agree with and then chuckling. I like when things are actually funny.
Do you think that...
And he rarely ever hits that bar.
Huh. I still have a soft spot for Johnny Stew, as I think a lot of people do. And I think they recognize that like they have moved...
I know you do.
They have moved politically beyond, but I think because he was a stepping stone for a lot of people, and like, him, I don't know. It's one of those where I also love The Faculty.
Not to make you defend you're allowed to like Hamilton and all the other things you like, but what I will say is this: I'm glad they're doing it. Actually, I want this like stupid anti-Semitism bullshit to be so thoroughly discredited. And I want people not to act scared of it anymore. I'm going to say something. In my personal opinion, there is no anti-Semitism problem on the left at all. Because if you are an anti-Semite, you're not on the left, period. It's definitional.
Mm-hmm, as we discussed last time I came on. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I like that Zoran is not acting hurt. I love that he's not acting like it has any play. and he's just going right at it, and he's not trying to triangulate or apologize, because that's what Zionists try to do, is get you to apologize for something, and then they drill down on it. And he said he already apologized for anti-Semitism once. You know what I mean? Once you give them a fucking inch, they just lever it and twist and twist. And you saw that with Corbyn in the UK. I really think every left-winger should go study what happened to Jeremy Corbyn and recognize that you can't play patty cake with these people. Unless you're willing to support whatever Israel does, they will try to destroy you. You can't be 90% pro-Israel. They will fuck you up anyway. You have to be genocide good like John Fetterman. That's it. That's the only position they'll accept. So we might as well just take these motherfuckers on. You know, they've been the main enemy of the left from the beginning. The Israel lobby has been, they made an ad in Iowa about Bernie Sanders' heart attack. Okay, these are scumbags. You know, they're behind the primarying of Cory Bush and Jamal Bowman, two black progressives. You know, you have all that. It's the Israel lobby. It's very clear. If we want the left to grow in America, we've got to take them on head on, and we can't be afraid of crocodile tears, fake anti-Semitism accusations, because they're going to call you an anti-Semite if you oppose Israel, period. And we need to make that just a laughable joke, in my opinion. I'm sorry if I'm fired up on this, but it's just like so disgusting.
I agree. Is like, look, they throw everything that they have at you, and the point is to intimidate, is to get you to back down, is to get you to, you know, capitulate even an inch, so that then they can take full advantage of that and be like, see, you are admitting to the fact that this is anti-Semitism, therefore validating these bullshit claims of anti-Semitism. And you can't do that. Like, you just cannot back down at all, because then they will count that as a win. Like, that's what they want, is like and we saw with Zoran, him staying firm, they went crazy. How many articles in in like legacy liberal media outlets came out in just the last week about globalize the intifada, right? With these scary photos of Mamdani, because he would not back down. So they fired up the guns and said, all right, we need to like throw everything that we have right now. Just even the last couple days in the Atlantic, in the New York Times. I mean, it's not a coincidence that it all comes out at the same time, like all of these attacks on him. You had AIPAC sending out an email right before the election and like reminding people that they need to, you know, get out there and make sure that they block the anti-Semitic candidate from winning. So as far as Andrew Cuomo concedes, I guess yes, that was essentially a concession speech, because it is over. Where are my Bill Maher heads at? Yo,
Complete sewer socialist victory.
My Maher heads at?
Wait, you gotta watch this clip. Hold on.
I also want to pull something up too, because I think I don't know if you've seen David Hogg, who, after he was ousted by the Democrats because he dared to be like, yeah, I don't think that it should be a gerontocracy. And they were like, yep, okay, we're going to get rid of you. And now he's out here like David Hogg, the socialist. David Hogg, who was campaigning on behalf of Zoran. Sony player, I think, for 3 months.
I just feel like David Hogg is learning a lesson that I learned many years ago. So I have a little bit of sympathy for David Hogg, which is, you think you can go in the like Democratic Party and then just like advocate for your position and show evidence for it and be like, look, here's a poll I did, here's a focus group I did, I'm raising money, I have all these volunteers, they want us to support this X, Y, and Z position. And then what happens is they pull out all the stops to destroy you.
Yeah, the second you
like,
step
wait,
out of
what?
line. And that's why the whole like, oh, the left needs a Joe Rogan. What the fuck are you talking about? The second that the left's Joe Rogan is not supporting the establishment, you're out. Why do you think they give Olivia Giuliana even more money to be like, I'm going to, speak to young men and bring them over to the Democratic Party?
Look at Bushwick real quick.
Oh my God.
regime! The
Let's fucking go.
regime!
Bushwick, 80-13. He had a lead percentage of 67, almost 69, which would have been nice. Man,
Hey, the night's not over yet.
Do not mess with Gen Z and millennials. Absolute nuke tonight, bro. The numbers out of the Bronx. How well he did in the
AOC endorsement.
Yeah. Do you guys think the Democratic Party will learn anything from this? Do you mean like are they going to shift to the left because they've seen the electoral excitement in New York City around an actual socialist, an actual progressive candidate? No. No, I think what they're going to do is they're going to lock in their like their billionaire and corporate supporters and do everything that they can to make sure Mamdani does not win in the general. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to play this.
People are turning out by the thousands for Zoran to help change the future of New York City. We have the opportunity here in this city for people to choose a better path for the Democratic Party.
Oh my goodness. Hi. That's okay. Farley. Oh, wait. Farley, it's okay. Are you looking for Will? Yeah. Okay, so he's actually next door in the ADU. So if you just go out, go to the right, and the place, yeah, so it's like the little ADU. Okay. It's okay, Far. It's okay. Oh my God. Holy moly. You guys, that was Abe. That was Abe. That was Abe, but it's so dark in the it's so dark over there, and Farley was barking, but he barks all the fucking time, so I was like, okay, maybe he's just, barking at a squirrel or something. So I walked out and I just see this like shadowy figure.
We're adrenaline matching now.
Oh my God, my adrenaline is going crazy right now. Holy shit. You guys, it was Andrew Cuomo. It was Cuomo. He showed up.
Andrew Cuomo.
It was him. You in danger, girl. You in danger, girl. Your whole body took a screenshot. Holy shit. Oh my God.
Mike, show Caroline and you show him.
Okay, sorry. Hold on.
All right. Are we watching the hog?
Wait, yeah, hold on.
We have the opportunity here in this city for people to choose a better path.
It's just sweet Abe in the background. Wait, what did you link me before all that happened? Oh my God.
Who, me?
My heart rate is still up.
I forgot.
I think you.
Oh, it was the Bushwick.
Oh, it was the Bushwick. Yeah.
The regime numbers.
That's right.
80%. Yeah.
Holy shit. Citrus Peppercorn, thank you for the tier 1. Mamdani getting more than 1,600 votes in 8048, which is mostly the Orthodox neighborhoods of Borough Park and Midwood. I mean, you know what? It's something that we've been saying for a long time, but Israel does not represent all Jews. Okay, Jews are not a monolith. It must be Hamas. You're right. Hamas got in there somehow. Hamas is to be blamed for having a Muslim socialist win the primary. Yeah, but can this also put to rest I can't wait for you to dig up his speech from 2nd grade, Jacob. Okay.
The power of the people
Well,
is so awe-inspiring.
yeah, don't let this use this as evidence that there are not the divisions that they want you to think there are, okay? That Muslims and Jews are not inherently at war. God damn it, Nandre. You know what?
Nandre, you little stinker.
You know what, Nandre? I'm sorry
Are you running
you're
for
upset
Congress
about
in
Cuomo.
Chicago?
I'm.
Can you
Nandre-
imagine Nandre running for Congress in Chicago?
He would just run on a platform of I'm gonna make hot dogs available for everybody. Everybody
Universal
gets free
hot
hot
dog.
dogs. Universal hot
Yeah.
dogs. You're the Joe Rogan
Yeah.
of the left. Yeah.
Universal public bathrooms, I think, would be his. Because I heard he took a shit in a urinal once.
He did. Yeah. I don't know if everybody knows
Yeah.
that, but he did. That's real and true.
Poor guy.
Man, what a great fucking night. What a great night, man. What a great night. We were right to be excited.
I was white knuckling it because yesterday I posted on TikTok that Zoran's gonna win, and I was
Oh,
like,
you're
"Man,
like,
I'm gonna
oh
look
no.
stupid.
Oh no.
I'm gonna look real stupid if he doesn't."
Yeah, as I said,
That's another.
I woke up today. Mike was right again. I woke up
That's right.
today and I decided I am tired of just living this cynical existence. Cynicism is exhausting, okay? It is so tiresome. And every time I would see a new campaign video of Zoran where he's walking through, walking through the streets of New York City where he's dapping people up. And it's like you want to be you want to be swept up in the excitement of we believe that change is possible, that we can do it. This is what happens when you work on ground. Politicians all over the planet can learn a lot from this campaign. I mean, Zoran was out here walking. Okay, that man put in his goddamn steps. He had so many people sign up to volunteer for him because they would meet him and be like, this guy, he's got it. He's got it. And I want to be a part of it. While we await results, one thing is clear. Zoran Mamdani and NYC DSA have made history. Hundreds of thousands of working class people have stood up to the capitalist class to demand a more affordable and livable New York City. Win or lose, the fight is just beginning.
It all comes back to that sincerity. It all comes back to knowing that I am a member of an
We
organization.
need to do stuff in LA. That's what I've been thinking. I've been like,
yo, we got to get Karen
we got.
Bass
Who
the
are we running?
fuck
Who are we
out.
running for? Who are we running for Congress next year?
I mean, when
You want to go to Congress? Come on, Caroline.
No, dude,
Caroline,
no,
Caroline.
Bro.
Hassan won't do it.
No.
Caroline might.
Who the what? Why don't you run? Okay.
I'm too toxic. I'm too toxic.
Crab, thank you for the 6 months. We will be running Mamdani openly unconstitutionally as the new Socialist Party president.
You just
Yeah.
look like a California congresswoman. You know what I mean? I don't mean that that sounds harsher than I meant.
I look like a California Congress.
But
Congress? I'm gonna run for Congress.
I feel like you could go get into pants, like a pantsuit.
I do love
get
a
in front of
pantsuit.
American flag.
I do love a
and, like,
pantsuit.
I'm pretty sure you would fit
do.
right into the California congressional delegation.
Oh God, I do love a pantsuit though.
Come on,
the thing
Congress,
is too,
Congress.
I know that I can do because I was a theater major. Okay. I come from the theater. I know that I can put on a performance, right?
If you ran and we got Hassan to just promote your campaign, you would raise 250,000 like right off the bat. You would be come on, you could do it. You know I'm right.
Oh God.
You know I'm right. You might have to move though. I don't know if your district is like the best one. We'll have to figure that out.
Oh my!
She's thinking about it. She's
God.
thinking about
No,
it. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not. No,
yes,
hush.
you are. Yes,
hush.
you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Come on. Come on.
Yes, we can. Is it time to make her story, everybody? Just
come on.
met with
Yes.
boo. It's time to make her story.
Socialist Party presidential candidate.
I would tell Hassan to do it, but he won't.
No, he won't
you know,
fucking
so
do it. No, why would
but
he
you
do
would.
it? No, he would
You
never do
would.
it.
And I could be the power behind the throne. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
You'll be my little finger. Okay, wait. Let's watch.
No. He dies. He dies. He dies. Okay. No. I don't want to be Littlefinger.
That season doesn't count. Yeah, no, I think AOC, y'all, I saw a lot of people asking, like, should AOC primary Schumer? Fuck yes. Yeah.
I think she should run for president. Honestly, if I'm being honest, like, I get it. I get, like, saying primary Schumer, and maybe she should. But I think she should run for president.
Huh.
Because who else is going to do it that is plausible?
Bernie.
At 90?
The third time's the charm. Third time's the charm.
I will always like Bernie, but it's just like...
No, I know.
You know,
I know.
It's like
he's on
listening
his
to
Netanyahu train. He just keeps railing against specifically
Yeah.
Netanyahu, and he can't stop. Won't stop.
It's like going to a Guns N' Roses concert in 2025. It's like, it'll always hold a place in my heart, but like, come on, it's time to hang them up. You know, it's time to enjoy the money in the boat.
It's Caroline Kwan Mills. I knew you were gonna link this. Come on, you were born for Congress.
And remember, contestants, you can actually, you know,
I'm
debate
so
a
right.
point that
Look
she
at
makes if
this.
you want to. This is a open debate segment.
All right, then I disagree and I say no.
Okay, but we haven't even.
All right, what about this? If you don't raise 250,000, then you don't have, you know, we could just, you know, we don't have to do it.
Okay.
As your running mate.
Oh, yes.
Any character that is a woman.
Yeah, that's right, baby.
Because I think it's
I'm
time
Caroline Kwan from
that
Women.
We have women.
She's feminist
Bro, you
farming.
would kill. Come on, chat. Look at this.
I am Caroline Kwan from Women, and I am running for Congress.
Hell yeah.
I would sing my own campaign songs. Like, you know how candidates come out to whatever song is on the they've chosen for their campaign trail. I would sing my own.
I promise, if you would have me, I will be whatever position just to help this happen because yes. Because I actually, okay, can I be serious for a second? I don't think it's crazy, chat. I don't think this is crazy. We have enough connections that I feel like if you really, really tried, you could do it. Kind of a simp. Whatever you say, man. Yes, sure.
You know,
I'm saying a woman could be a leader. That means I'm gay. Okay, let's go.
Stop simping for me to be a member of the Congress, please.
Yes,
please.
Yes. See, chat. No one becomes like gets involved in politics at like 22 unless they're a politics freak.
I mean, that was
means
the last
Carolina's
time,
a politics
though. Yeah,
freak.
that was the last time that I like envisioned myself running for office one day, and then I just burnt the fuck out on Democratic politics. And I moved to LA, and then I was like, I'm so done. I'm so done.
Yes.
Okay, let's watch, you guys. Let's watch. Is this from tonight? Like, was this him speaking tonight, or has that not happened yet?
Delivers on its promises.
Think?
And so I firmly believe that as we debate the future of
I
our
think this is old because he wouldn't have a
This is
background
old,
like
right? Yeah. No, I feel like this wouldn't be so beige. This is not from tonight. Has he said anything yet? Has he spoken to his supporters? RIP NYC is trending. Who are you the happiest about knowing that they are having the worst night?
Gosh, I am Scottish, and so we live off spite. And so for me, I just like to cycle through every single Zionist who's shitting themselves. I think that's what I'm doing right now.
I keep thinking about Richie
Torres.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Richie Torres, Ezra Klein, every one of these
Bill
fucking
Ackman
Bill Ackman.
Oh.
The Clintons? The Clintons are personally insulted because they hate Bernie Sanders and all the Bernie people, the people that come from the Bernie movement. And so they're malding.
Yeah, also they brought Bill Clinton out to Michigan when Kamala was running, and he basically was like, yeah, who cares about Palestinians? And the Bill Clinton endorsement and campaigning didn't do shit. The Clintons keep taking L's. They keep taking L's.
Oh, you know who I'm really... Okay, I want to say this, and I hope you... Do you mind if I name internet people, or should I just stick to political people?
You know what? You can speak your piece.
Okay, great. All right. So...
I have to go to the bathroom.
Many years... Yeah, go ahead. Go to the bathroom. You could be off the screen. So many years ago... Yeah, go ahead. Many years ago, there is a little streamer on Twitch called Destiny. And he decided, I'm so tired of the online left. They can't get anything done. I'm going to get involved in my local mayor's race. And it was Omaha, Nebraska. That's where Destiny's from. And he said, I'm going to pick a candidate. And he got him and Vosh together. And they're like, Vosh and Destiny, we're going to put all of our community behind a candidate. And his name was Mark Gudgel. Mark Gudgel in Omaha, Nebraska. And you know what happened, chat? They campaigned for him for a while. I think Destiny spent 20 grand for paying for canvassing and other meetups. And then I started messaging people and organizing people and exposing all of Destiny's little statements he made about Black Lives Matter. And so Mark Gudgel denounced Destiny and threw him out of the campaign. So negative $20,000, humiliated. And I debated Vosh on this, and I talked to him about sewer socialism and how sewer socialism was the way to win. And he said, no, we need to run neoliberals. And so the Omaha, Nebraska mayor's race happened, and Destiny and Vosh's candidate finished dead last. Dead fucking last. And for years, these two have been mocking my idea of my historical movement called sewer socialism. And yesterday, Zoran Mandani, get the name right, in an interview with Derek Thompson, said, I want to be a sewer socialist. He literally called the movement out that I've been campaigning and arguing for 5 years as the guiding principle of him. And today, somebody who campaigned with Hassan, somebody espousing my ideas that I've been promoting for 5 years, won the largest mayor's race in the country. Complete and utter. Mike was right. Vindication. Hassan is right. And they're wrong, baby. They're wrong. And now they have to eat that humiliation. And they're malding about it. All right, sorry. That was me being petty.
You are
Sorry
Scottish.
I did it on your stream. Yeah.
You are fucking Scottish. Will
I don't know
Neff
if you've ever heard this.
Will Neff is also Scottish, but he operates his vindictiveness. He operates in the dark.
Yeah, I got that sense. My clan, we're very much like in the we're the like autistic ones who just yell at you right to your face because we're not smart enough to like do subterfuge.
I remember Will. He always like tries to impart Scottish lessons on me, and he'll tell me things like, just sit back. You just sit back and you watch, because trust that you will be vindicated. Versus, you know, like that's the operating the dark, allowing people who are horrible to fall into their own traps, right? It's like they'll step on a rake. Sort of mentality. Obama Senpai, thank you for the 3 months. Citrus, thank you for the more bits. And Common, thank you for the tier 1.
So do you think Obama's going to endorse Cuomo in the general?
Bro, I think Obama is not going to do shit. I think he's. Oh wait, here's a video from here's Matt Bernstein at Zoran Watch Party. Let's look at this. Let's soak this in, okay? Because we're not there, but we are in spirit. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. Oh my God, I need more of this.
Can they sing Solidarity Forever? Like, let's really twist the knife.
I need more. Just feed this right into my. Feed it right into me. When is his speech? I don't know, but I imagine probably soon. Probably soon. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Obama has Hirohito syndrome. Yeah.
Yeah, Obama likes
Born to
wait,
surrender.
did you see it? Wait, who was it? It was like one of Obama's former advisors who oh God, what was it? Ugh. I think he came out and was like talking about how we need to go to war with Iran or something like that. So that's where we're at with Obama as far as things go. Sam Cedar says, Senator Schumer, might a congratulations to the winner of the Democratic mayoral primary of your city be in order? Senator Schumer, once you're done, making your taco jokes, do you have anything to say? Anything to say about the person who won the Democratic primary?
I mean, the minority leader and of both houses is in New York City. It's their mayor. Where is Hakeem Jeffries?
Oh, Hakeem Jeffries is like probably out here making, the least cool TikTok video ever. Hakeem Jeffries like trying to appeal to like Gen Z is one of the worst things I've ever seen. AOC says
the hand-picked successor of Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, I know. Congratulations, Zoran. Your dedication to an affordable, welcoming, and safe New York City where working families can have a shot has inspired people across the city. Billionaires and lobbyists poured millions against you and our public finance system, and you won. God, I just think about like had AOC not endorsed Zoran, it would have just been so bad. It would have been so bad.
That was actually my point. Like I made a post a month ago. I hate to bring up old tweets because I know you probably don't give a shit. But it was before Bernie and AOC endorsed, and I was like, I think he's gonna win. Like I think he's
like
actually gonna
win. They need to
win.
endorse now
They need to endorse so they don't look
gonna look
stupid.
so stupid.
Yeah, they're gonna look like complete idiots.
Yeah.
And you know what? They endorsed like a couple days later, and I was like, thank God.
Let me
see if I can
that
find
was
this
hairy
fucking
for
tweet.
a second there, though. I love this post. I can't believe disgraced sex pervert shows up to America's largest city for the first time in 30 years and demands to run it. Wasn't a winning campaign strategy. The amount of videos I saw of Andrew Cuomo like driving away in a car. There were just so many videos specifically of him always driving away in a car. What are the chances she primaries Schumer? I mean, we were just talking about that. I mean, she's going to have to signify her break from the party by doing that, I think she should. I think it's time. I think with the success, with the Zoran win tonight, I think it's time for progressives in this country to break away from the Democratic Party.
I think this is the first time I said he was going to win.
Based on the level of engagement Zoran's voters have, I think he may actually be ahead. Turnout's going to be relatively low. High. It was about this. No, I think it was a little bit above 2021, which,
Yeah. I meant primaries are low. Like
Yeah.
primary turnout is relatively low. So like
Not to
when you
not to
yeah, you can
not to
nitpick the
pop-
shit out of this. It's fine. Yeah, nitpick the shit out of this. It's fine. I just meant like in a primary, a lower turnout primary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Having the highly engaged voters is like means that you're going to outperform your polls, if that makes sense. Because the polling is really based off of the general election. Like the likely voter model is really about the general election. Like likely primary voters is a much smaller universe and thus much more expensive to poll. And there's no fucking way that they're actually expending that much to do it. You know what I mean?
You know what's interesting? I also saw a lot of tweets, like a lot of tweet threads earlier from, political pundits and whatnot. And they kept talking about how you can't rely on, Mamdani, if he loses tonight, it's going to show that you can't rely on young voters because he obviously like has engaged more young voters, and those are the people who are voting early. But come election day, older voters are going to come out, and that's where Cuomo's going to most likely pull ahead. And it was very, a lot of these tweet threads that I saw shared the same sentiment of like young people are not a reliable enough voting block, where it's like, oh, you can't base your predictions or anything off of like how youth turnout is. And I think tonight showed that sure, you can say that, but also I think the expectation that older voters were all going to go for Cuomo, that didn't turn out to be true.
Can I just say one thing about him, about Zoran, is I hate to be this guy because I'm cringe from time to time, so it is what it is, but he may be he's like almost so free of cringe.
Thank you, Corporate AF.
He's just charismatic. He's jovial.
Yes.
But he's strong. He's got a hot wife. Not to be shallow.
No,
he's handsome. He dresses
they're
well.
a hot couple.
You know what I mean?
I was
like
all
he dresses
about,
well, good haircut.
I was all about them as a hot couple, like being a part of like the excitement, right? Socialism is sexy. That I'm sorry, like we gotta.
You know about the study,
use
right?
What we have. What study?
You know about the study, right?
Socialists being sexy?
About socialists, yeah.
What study?
Oh, it's famous. Hold on. Let me. I have a New York Times link.
Wait, is it about? Hold on a second. Is it about like orgasms?
Yes. Yes. Okay, you've read that. Okay, you're aware of that. You're aware of that study,
About
yeah.
the high percentage of.
Yeah. Yeah. Here it is. Here it is, chat. If you want to read the study.
East German communist women having on average twice as many orgasms as West German women.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what? Yeah. Socialism.
I mean, it makes sense because like women are not dependent upon men economically. So men have to like actually care about their partners and learn to like have better EQ. And if you're going to keep a partner in a socialist environment, you have to, kind of step on your misogyny a bit. And so, of course, it's materialist. Makes perfect sense to me. You can't be a selfish asshole.
Also, yes, more lesbians.
More lesbians, too.
More lesbians.
Definitely.
Billy Joel and New York State of Mind. Can I give a hot take? There's only a few Billy Joel songs that I don't hate.
Oh, you're a Billy Joel super fan.
I'm a Billy Joel hater. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're a Billy Joel hater. I thought you just double negatives.
I said
you just double
wait,
negative.
what did I say? There's few Billy Joel songs that I don't hate. Fuck you. Wait, Billy Joel.
I'm actually
wait.
I'm shocked.
Hold on, there's
because
so much happening.
you are a fucking theater kid. I thought you'd be like on a piano crawling around
also,
for Billy Joel.
Billy Joel donated $50,000 to Super PAC backing Andrew Cuomo. I'm sorry, Caroline is right. Caroline Kwan is right. Caroline Kwan is right to say Billy Joel is not that great.
I'm not a Joel head.
Okay, I'm not quite
Hassan level.
I hate
but
Piano Man. I hate that song. I cannot stand listening to it. Maybe it's because I've heard it too many times, But yeah, I guess maybe if I give off that I'm a big Billy Joel superhead, surprise, surprise, I'm not. I am not. And it turns out that I was right because Billy Joel donated $50K to an Andrew Cuomo super PAC. So Caroline was right. You're a theater kid. Look, don't monolith theater kids. Okay? Not all theater kids. Not all theater kids. You know what? Austin can be mad at me, all right? Because I got even more takes where this is coming from. Sorry, you're anti-Semitic now. I don't make the rules. That's no.
Honestly, no. Don't even joke. Don't even joke. Like, I know that the power of false accusations of anti-Semitism seems like it's declining. It is, but you shouldn't fuck around with that shit because, number one, we don't want to give anti-Semites space. And two, we don't want to like get in trouble for jokes that, you know what I mean? We don't want people to have easy excuses to harass and defame us. So don't do that, guys.
Also, Ashley is Jewish, so that is, I get, you know what? Ashley is a Jewish person. If you throw that around, then it makes it true. I will say though that like I do think that they are 2 seconds away from using that. From using that in the playbook. Like, oh, you don't like Billy Joel? You want to know why I don't like Billy Joel? Because I think the songs that everybody has listened to because their parents listened to them, and so you kind of like didn't have a choice. Growing up, it was like you had to just listen to Billy Joel. I think they're annoying. That's how I feel. It's like a Piano Man is
this
like
is
a
where I wish I was
screwdriver.
bisexual because I have a lot of thoughts, but I can't get away with it.
Oh, Mike giving his pop culture takes.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not a fan of the Billy Joel style.
Okay, this
like,
I will accept
at all.
though. Of the Billy Joel style, I will accept New York, New York. Start spreading the news. Socialism is winning today.
Start spreading
the news. Socialism is winning today. Zoran beat Andrew Cuomo, disgraced sex pervert. This is what I do here on the stream, Mike. We like to do a little bit of musical theater.
Screaming about sex.
We like to do
like what?
Yeah.
Vagabond shoes.
These
what the
vagabond shoes.
Are longing to stray.
Come on, everybody.
Right through the
Very heart of it.
New York,
New York, New York. Don't you want to wake up in a city with free buses and fun? I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. But not screaming. That's a beautiful jazz vibrato. Thank you.
are melting away.
They're melting away because your rent is freezing, but that's not melting. All right, there you go. There's a taste. Does Uptown Girl get a pass? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it doesn't. I'm really sorry. You know what gets a pass? Vienna. All right. I still fuck with Vienna.
Vienna is so awesome.
Otherwise, I'm sorry, y'all, but you are not going to find me out here. You are not going to find me out here praising the musical stylings of Billy Joel. Okay, do we have any updates yet? Has Zoran come out? Has he spoken? What's happening? I need more watch party vids if we have them. If we have just more people celebrating. Okay, I need it. I want it. I need it. I want it. Guapoco. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Totally not a bot. Thank you for the gifted sub. Da, 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 da. What about We Didn't Start the Fire? For like 2 seconds. We didn't start the fire. There are some songs where I can listen to them for a couple seconds and I'm like, okay, I'm good. I can't listen to the rest of this.
We urge all Jews to evacuate NYC.
This is the most vile. Wait, they were the ones, wasn't it? Okay, hold on. What was that video? Would Piano Woman sound better? No, Piano Woman would not sound better. Okay. No. Wait, wasn't Batar the group that the video that went viral recently of this vile woman who was like harassing Muslim supporters of or volunteers of Zoran's campaign? Didn't they have something to do with that? They are a terrorist group. They are. We urge all Jews to evacuate NYC. All Jews. This is so anti-Semitic. These motherfuckers.
This may be legitimately the greatest like socialist victory in American history.
Holy shit! It's like there are Jews who voted for Zoran. Okay, like hello, Matt Bernstein is Jewish. He's literally at the Zoran watch party, but I guess according to Zionists, he doesn't count because they are anti-Semitic. They'll say, "Oh no, you're not a real Jew." It's like, oh okay, okay. No, dude. Zoran won. We're in the bomb shelter. No, the bomb shelter. Are these people serious? This has to be a joke. Wait. No, Mike is. Hold on a second. No, he's a comedian. Okay. This is a joke. I've seen this guy's tweets before. I know that he.
I can't tell. That's the thing. Like, well, it's a good joke, but at the same time, can you even tell?
When when satire and reality are just too similar, right? And it becomes difficult to know when something is a joke. All right, here we go. Zoran watch party.
We believe that we will win. We believe that we will win.
Yes.
We believe that we will win.
We believe that we will win. Citrus Peppercorn, thank you for the 510 bits.
You don't have to believe shit. You can see it.
We believe that we will win. We believe that we will win. We believe that we will win. We believe that we will win.
If you were at a Zoran victory party, start a Solidarity Forever.
Start spreading the news.
Start belting it out. Start belting out Solidarity Forever. Do it.
Start spreading the news.
I want to see some fucking. Start singing the Internationale. Like, start doing something to scare the libs.
Zoran Mamdani just won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City. I'm pretty sure something just registered on the Richter scale in Astoria. Oh my God. I mean, look at that, you guys. You would not have seen that at Cuomo's party, okay? Like, this is the energy. This is the people.
How dare you be a doomer? Every day people come into my chat and they're like, Mike, I'm feeling like such a doomer and things are so bad. Oh my God, and I don't understand how anything can ever get better. How fucking dare you?
That straight up. Also, Mike from PA's party. A long-haired white dude at a Zoran party.
My hair's curlier. That guy got the straightener out.
Man, I mean, this is the type of shit where it's like, do you think that if everybody was a doomer, this ever would have happened? No, these are people who did not give in to doomerism. These are people who believed. They believed. You got to better leave. Got to. Try a little tenderness. Okay, what?
No, keep going.
Sorry, this is how the Caroline Kwan streams go. Okay, there's a lot of breaking out into song.
You know, if you run for Congress, you can like sing a lot of songs in front of people because they'll all be in the room.
I'm gonna sing my own.
You can come out
songs
after drinking like 10 vodka sodas and just
Yeah.
dance and sing.
Hey, everybody, I'm going to do another little number. Hope you don't mind. People are like, are you actually wanting to run for office or did you just want a stage? I'm like, oh. Burnt out ends of smoky days, the pale, cold smell of more. They're like, what does this even have to do with your campaign? Don't make me sing. Okay, this is the Dem Socialist Watch Party. Oh my God, look at him!
God, I'm so jealous of New York.
Yeah, I know, man.
Fuck.
Small typo in stream title. Wait, what did I put? Breaking Cuomo dead.
It's a feeling post Iva. Wait, did you misspell my name?
Bro, I do that every
Okay,
fucking
thank God.
time. Oh my God, literally every time.
What the fuck?
Hey, look. Okay, the longer I've been a streamer, the less that I can spell. I saw a tweet an hour
Me
ago
too.
that said Andrew Cuomo is visibly upset and people are crying. Oh, where's one of those stupid ass mugs that say liberal tears? Oh, Andrew Cuomo. Ding dong, the witch is dead. New York in 2025 before the Islamic Revolution. Look at these
hell
women.
yeah,
They were
dude.
free. They were free,
Hell
okay?
yeah.
Now they're all covered up. They have no rights. They're all in burqas. But this
But the
is
buses
before...
are free.
The buses are free, but they are not. Hey, Mom, what was it like before the Islamic Revolution in New York City? Oh, little Caroline Jr., let me tell you, it was a utopia. And they took that from us. Stole that from us. God, there's so many watch parties where people are just so excited. Mamdani is expected to address supporters soon. Okay, this was at 7:34. This was an hour ago. Are we saying that he
I hope
hasn't spoken yet?
I hope he says something to the people of Palestine. You know, I have this melancholy tendencies when I'm really happy to be like,
I know.
what is the thing I can say that will bring
That
me
is
back
just
down?
gonna like that is gonna bring it down, man.
But here's the uplifting silver lining to what I just said. The reason why he's here is because he was moral and brave on that issue.
Yes.
Without the issue of Palestine and without his boldness and without his refusal to back down, he would not have won. He won because he was brave. The people are begging for leadership. They're begging for bravery.
He was not progressive, but Palestine. He was progressive and free Palestine.
Because of Palestine. Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, wait. Jay Schlatt has responded. Jay Schlatt has responded to Andrew Cuomo. Good fucking riddance, buddy. I'd give my grandmother a hug, but you already killed her.
Fuck yeah.
Fucking shit. Holy shit. Jay Schlatt. Oh my God. Schlatt, if you kill him now, it's no longer a political assassination. I was just reading a comment, to be clear. Let the record show.
I think I knew he was going to win when the paid Cuomo canvassers were like rushing up to him to like take selfies. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh my God, yes. The paid
Yeah.
Cuomo canvasser who saw Zoran and then was really excited to see him and took a picture with him.
Yeah. Here, I have the link if you want to look at it again because it's good
It
vibes.
is the fact that they had to, like, everyone who was out canvassing for Cuomo, they had to pay. That was part of the $28 million that they spent. Yeah, if you didn't see this earlier. Look at this guy. He has a vote for Cuomo shirt on because he's being paid, but he's like hanging out and laughing with Zoran.
Well, listen, I would love to be on here all night, but
No worries, dude. You go.
I have to hang out with VO. That is my number one priority every night.
Rank VO number 1.
VO is my number one priority.
Dude.
So,
sometimes I know you get up early for your streams. Sometimes I see you hit send on a tweet at like 1 a.m.
see, guys, as you get older, you naturally start to need less sleep. I hate to tell you this, but this is real. This is real. Like, if I sleep 6 hours, I usually am pretty good, honestly. But I try to sleep 8. I try to lay down at like 11, 10:30, you know, maybe a little earlier. So
Yeah, well, Michael.
Anyway.
Michael from Zorandista, thank you for joining us. And
thank you for having me on for this amazing moment. I just needed a fellow lefty to yell at.
This was an amazing moment, and I think like in these moments, y'all reach for community, reach for that solidarity. You know, don't isolate yourself and give in to the doomerism. Don't give in to the darkness. Go towards the light.
And just remember, the Cumtown boys, their endorsement matters more than Bill Clinton. All right, everybody. Nighty night. Bye, Caroline.
All right, night night. Well, that was fun. I mean, seriously, tonight is a magical, wonderful night. But Zoran is about to come on. We will watch as he speaks. Thank you to Michael from Central Committee PA Zorandista for coming on and joining the stream. And you know, the thing about Mike is like he even though he yells a lot at liberals on Twitter, which I get, he does lead with positivity, and I think that as a leftist is really core to your foundation, right? You have to believe. You gotta believe. And you especially have to believe when things seem so dire. I know we genuinely want you to run for Congress. I am not. I am 1000% not going to. But what a fun idea. So if you believe, then stand up and say, I believe. I believe. I believe. I believe. We believe. You believe that we will win. So when will you and Will move to New York? You know what? Next week. I jokingly told Marsh, I was like, Will and I will move to New York, and that's all that Marsh wants. Marsh just wants to get us all out to New York. You should definitely consider platforming and promoting a progressive primary in French Polynesia, though. Should I? Should I run for office here in French Polynesia? I'll become the mayor of French Polynesia. Look, smoke that, okay? That high that you have right now. That high that you have right now from seeing how change is possible. That it's okay to believe. That it's good to believe. Roll that up and smoke that shit. Oh, I'm faded. I'm faded right now. No go back. Remember, everyone, no go back. You know who I bet feels real fucking stupid right now? Jessica Ramos. I hope Jessica Ramos feels real goddamn stupid right now. As evidence that there are not the divisions that they want you to think there are, okay? That Muslims and Jews are not inherently at war. God damn it, Nandre. You know who I'm at war with, though? Nandre. That is who I am at war with. I inherently feel violence towards Nandre. Oh, was it such a beautiful moment? Was it? Was it when Nandre took advantage of my goodwill because I'm in a good mood right now? Because I feel good? How did you get rickrolled twice? No, I didn't get rolled twice in one night, okay? Let the record show. This was not twice in one night. I don't know who's spreading those lies. I don't know who's saying that. Had to turn on Cuomo. Extremism has taken root in America. They are going to be beheading Chris Matthews as people cheer in Central Park. The streets are saying extremism has taken root in America. It's all over. Goodbye, New York City. Open the front door. No. Is there a rickroll at the front door? Goodbye, New York City. You are forever lost. You are gone from us. Maybe good things are possible.
I feel 10 feet tall right now and strong as an ox. I feel 10 feet tall right now and strong as an ox.
Yeah!
I feel.
Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Someone I know who's really depressed by the Trump win was asking me back in January what to do, and I was telling her about Chiose and DSA people winning in NYC. She's working with DSA in her area, is really motivated for upcoming elections. Yeah, man. You know, tell her to soak this in. Zohran Mamdani, the next mayor of New York City. I'm saying it, okay? I've seen enough. That's the future. Chat, don't let people call you cringe or lived up for celebrating this moment. It's not cringe or lived to celebrate your wins. No, it's certainly not lived up to celebrate somebody who took on the Democratic establishment. It's lived up to be like, you know who I think should be governor or mayor? Andrew Cuomo. Someone in your chat called me a buttery, flaky orbiter. I'm retiring. Can a guy not love his girlfriend anymore? Nah, man, that's so cringe. Why are you simping for your girlfriend? But I noticed you're not denying it. You're not denying it. You know, I have to say I'm such a defender of Los Angeles. And let me just say, too, we had beautiful weather today. All right. Gorgina weather. But man, do I wish I were a New Yorker in this moment. I cannot tell you the jealousy I had seeing all my friends in New York going out, voting for Zohran. You know, wearing their little shirts, having their stickers, posting photos, getting to have this win. I mean, this is a win for all of us, but this is an LA person. Well, we look at this and we should feel inspired. We should feel inspired. A pro-Palestine socialist about to be mayor of a city larger than 38 states, and 128 Dems voted against impeachment today. We got to primary the fuck out of everyone. Yes. They should be scared. They are scared because their time has come to an end. This is the end for the establishment. They get in our way. They get in our way and they see what happens. Mayoraline Kwan has spoken. Time to listen to Zohran's music, not bait. Not
DSA
bait.
on top, baby.
Lost Bam, thank you for the 32 months.
Stir and fry it again.
Mom?
You're living in our house now, Mom. We're not living in yours. Why do I have to keep telling you this? And then on Wednesday, you forget to pick up Nikhil from school. All of your meddling, these questions, and the TV serials, it causes you to lose sight of the fact that you are not a good nanny.
None.
Damn nanny that you ever done seen. Fuck top 5 nannies and fuck top 3. I'm the number 1 nanny, don't fuck with me. Fuck any of the nannies, says they better than Praveen. Cause I'm 85 years old, 85 years cold, 85 years with my family on my back, so I'll outlast everybody on my fucking haters.
Okay, Nani broke bad. To wonk out for a minute, calling Mamdani a failed hip-hop artist as many shitheads is another misunderstanding of younger voters because failed hip-hop artist describes literally 34% of all U.S. men under 35. Those stats are accurate.
I'm talking expansion. Got the whole squad here, keep them at attention. And I'm not in the business of taking no tension. So, gather round now, celebrate me.
You know what? Like, being cool. That is a winning strategy.
Run this whole city like a Ramiyati. Stay setting people up, MC at the shawty. If you see me in the streets, don't be asking Guani. Bow down for you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sign for you.
You guys, this is how I'm going to run my election. See, music. It wins. Every white man in Brooklyn that voted for Zoran statistically had a failed rap career. They're like, you know what? This guy's just like me. Hold on a second. Hold on. I see myself in this guy. My campaign is gonna be so poggers. You guys, I can rap. It doesn't have to be all musical theater. Or I can do Hamilton. Ah! Now we know how they got the white guys out for Zoran. Now we know. They're like, hey, you know this guy? Wait, are you actually going to run? We'll see. I don't know. You know what? If we get to, what should the sub goal be? We'll do new sub goal, and I run for Congress. Have you played this one?
Bring the flavor to the fish, bring the flavor to the rice.
I don't know if I've played any of his stuff on stream yet. I don't think so.
Bring the flavor to the fish, bring the flavor to the rice.
Yo, this is the next mayor of New York City. 500 subs and I run. Okay, well, we're over 500 subs. 50 subs.
Bossy, take a move himba. No lines, Sija Kolima, Nanga Frigo, no Tolanya Kolumba. This is the #1 spice. Eat in the morning and roll like a dice. Mama told me this once and I'm telling you twice. Panabo Mochivina Wabede, so wise. He should be yet to lay on the Kumasi. A woman Yonayetava Elugasi. It's gonna be reminiscing like Lilian Babasi. Oyagala Pufumbana.
Is that Lupita? Yes.
I love the berry, I love the nice. Some me I hate water, but I love spice. So by ICB, I story muna wise. Say, sebo don pass rules out the gambe. Sirina sente bosi munyambe. Hey, uno munyo Okuva mu Western Mawale Katwe. Bosi. Kale munange. Nyamba. Nawe we yambe.
I officially name you Karina for the Zoran victory. Caroline Karina. Okay, 3K subs, I fight Radon. 10K subs, I join the LAPD. 20K subs, I acquire nukes. 50K subs, I run for Congress. Yes. 3K subs, I fight Radon. 10K subs, I join the LAPD. 20K subs, I finally get nukes. 50K subs, we're going to Congress. Nukes before Congress? Yeah. Yes. Caroline Kwam Mills, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Wait, 20K subs is also a face tattoo? Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Too many dreams to Jakenda Mumaso. Ndaba tusenanga tulina kuliata. Wake up looking in the sky, see viroto some stories be known by Nyumya Kuchoto.
Genuinely, Zoran ran a campaign of joy. Truly. Kamala thought she did. They tried to pretend she did. Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Anti-Piker changed his profile picture. I feel like, you know what? I was waiting to see the anti-Piker thirsting over Zoran tweets. I feel as if it was impossible for it not to occur. No, dude, he follows. No fucking way. No way. He follows anti-Piker. No. That can't be real. Oh no. There's no. Did he follow anti-Piker because he thought he was Hassan? Oh my god. Does he think he's Hassan's alt? No, man. Oh no. Oh no. I'll publicly eat crow if I'm wrong, but if Mamdani has any higher aspirations in politics, he has most charisma and general appeal in good vibes campaigns of Dems since Obama. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. You know what though? Let the people of New York City first have Zoran. And he's a New Yorker, you know? Afford to live and afford to dream. I'm a proud Ugandan. Zoran is an amazing Ugandan now. Yeah. Yeah, never forget, Zoran is of Indian descent, and he immigrated from Uganda. So the racism against him just is anti-Muslim racism, and when you are Muslim, you're all the same, right? It's just nope. There are no differences. You don't come from wherever you're from, whatever your ethnicity is. Nope. You're just Muslim. Is Zoran in the video? Yeah. Woo! Oh God, he does follow him. Oh my God. He only follows 976 people. He follows less than 1,000 people? Are we sure this is real? Are we sure? No way. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That Cuomo nigga said we couldn't be outside last year. Where we at? Outside!
What is your message to Cuomo right now?
Rot in hell, you son of a bitch!
Cuomo, you put
that guy's wearing a Gays for Trump shirt.
Upon your pizza and you get no pussy!
You're next, de Blasio. You're fucking next. You're next. We on your ass, boy. We on your ass, boy.
If she say no, you gotta go!
The Italians don't claim that kid Cuomo. We don't fuck with him. We don't fuck with that kid Cuomo.
Is this the same? Okay. Is this the same group that produces like the Mets? You know those Mets videos that I've watched, like "Don't you wish you were a Met"? Is that the same thing?
Fuck that. We got Trump in the fucking Silky on Union Square.
Cuomo, don't you get away with this shit? When I see you, I'm gonna grab you by your fucking neck.
We're replacing Cuomo with Bobby Shmurda. Bobby for governor.
Right. Oh my God, not the Mets. Oh my God, do not tell Will I said that. The Knicks. The Knicks.
Bobby for governor.
Come on, get no pussy. Come on, get no pussy. Come on, get no pussy. Come on, get no pussy.
Don't you wish you were a Met? Oh no. Don't you wish you were a Met? Holy shit. I just talked to around 2 billion Muslims who said if Zoran wins, they're moving to New York City. The Intifada. The Intifada. Staten Island. Fucking Staten Island. Oh, God. The Staten Island turn was a huge shock. I mean, you know what? I think once they release, like, once we get all the numbers, it's gonna show how Zoran really overperformed in a lot of places across the city. Stalin Island. Oh, when's he coming on? Where is he? Where's Zoran?
And all of the weaponization of anti-Semitism, globalizing, like that's not resonating with people, you know, and people could see through it.
I need some water.
And then again, with ranked choice voting, opportunity in this race that we didn't have in my race, and you like to see that the progressive candidates actually work together, and that made a huge difference.
But you and I were just talking, and you made a really interesting point that I hadn't conceived of, which is that he's born in Uganda, and you organized East African supporters here in New York for him. This is a race that's being watched around the world. Can you talk about how people are understanding it outside of the United States?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for people outside of the United States and how they actually feel about it, but at least my conversation with some folks, again, they feel a reverberation about, wow, there's a massive change happening in New York City. What does that mean for the country with Trump, with the ICE raids and the anti-ICE protests? People abroad are seeing what's happening in this country, and they're not liking the fascist turn that it's going into. And so when you see someone like Zoran win, they feel a connection.
Don't listen to this man. He took a deal to administer the Jewish religion in Manhattan. He's trying to trick you into getting apprehended by Zoran's newly commissioned mobile execution squads. They're doing executions in Central Park.
Different parts of the world where people can see themselves in him, and that's not even speaking about his message. Once you get into his message, you're like, oh wow, this is actually something that resonates with me. And I was talking to you before about like a friend I have from Kenya who was asking what was going to happen in this race. And it just means a lot when you see someone who's young, you see someone who's Muslim, you see someone who outwardly identifies as a socialist. The other thing is you see everyone who he mobilized. He mobilized disparate communities which normally are not necessarily working together in the city to come together for a common cause. Yeah. And we're really excited about that, and we're excited to build that momentum for the general election.
How big's the East African population here in
Tiny
in New York?
Tiny. I mean, DC is where the most folks are, but I think it's really just symbolic. It's the fact that you have someone who is willing to come to your community and speak to you. It doesn't matter if you have 2,000 people. That transcends, and you feel like you have someone who's willing to listen.
Oh.
I don't know what they were screaming about up there.
Yeah.
When's this man coming out?
I know, right? What time is it?
It's getting
school
late.
night. It's a school night.
I know he's missing the.
Oh God. Oh, my favorite loser. Oh, Shy Davide. He's having a bad night.
That the Democratic primary elections for mayor in New York City are finally over. There is something that we really need to think about. Because no matter what happens in the elections, and hopefully not Mamdani, but no matter what happens, the fact that someone who openly supports violence, and I don't care.
Oh my God, you're
against
such a loser. You are such a lying piece of shit.
But the fact that someone who is not opposed to violence as a solution, the fact that someone who needs to again
says you wearing a shirt that says Boots for Israel. By the way, Mamdani's like POV on the fact that Israel cannot exist as an ethno-state, right? That like they, must afford equal rights to all citizens, that they cannot enact an apartheid system on Palestinians within Israel's borders and outside. Like that is in line with the UN, with the biggest international organizations. So sorry, Shy.
Again explain that he's not anti-Semitic, rather than change his behavior. The fact that kind of person,
he's so sad.
Is it
the UN
has
is Hamas, though?
a real
That's,
chance
yeah,
of
that's
becoming
right. I
the
forgot.
mayor of the biggest city in the United States is deeply, deeply concerning.
You guys just soak it in, okay? Soak it in. The biggest losers are so... They're just having the worst night. They're screaming, crying, throwing up. They're pooping and peeping, pooping and peeing. I'm waiting for the victory speech before bed. I know. Where is he? He's keeping people in anticipation.
Think about it this way. Imagine
watch many Zionists and billionaires leave. No, they're not going to. Okay, that's the thing. It's like, oh, billionaires talking about how they're going to leave New York City. Picture it didn't happen.
Was a mayoral candidate.
They're shitting
Someone
and
who
farting.
had to explain again and again why, in fact.
Okay, you know what? I've had enough of you. I've had enough of you.
Says we urge all Jews to evacuate NYC.
Beitar Worldwide.
So
this is a troll account. This Beitar Worldwide. I don't.
They are a terrorist group. Uh-oh, we lost breaking points. It effed. Your campaign should just be a stage production of Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yeah, that's the future that liberals want. They'll be screaming about it on Fox News. Yo, Beitar came in. We've
got Chris Cuomo, who says extremism has taken root in America.
It has indeed, but we're trying to root it out.
So yeah, the meltdown is occurring on mainstream media.
David, you have a second? David Hogg just blew us off. I'm done with David Hogg.
I asked David earlier if he wanted to come on. He was very nice, but he said tonight's about Zoran. And I said, I want to talk about Zoran. And
what do you think we're going to ask him about?
Yeah, I don't know, the weather or something. We were going to ask him the weather too. But,
haven't seen this many Islamophobic tweets in a long time. Clearly, this is a recession indicator. You know, in some ways, like the Islamophobia on full fucking display. In some ways, it's like, okay, back, post 9/11, obviously Islamophobia was being legislated, right? Like they were passing legislation to make Islamophobia legal. However, because of the just cable news not being what it is, what it came to be, and also the internet not being back then what it is now, I think it's shocking to people. It's shocking to people to see just how grossly racist on Maine a lot of people are, because this has been the environment for so long, right? This is the culture, and they have no qualms about posting and saying the most disgustingly racist shit. I feel like he's got to come on any second now. Yeah, I saw this one. Do you think the lesson that them Dems are going to learn from this win is that social media podcast campaign rather than the real lesson that Mamdani won was the issues he was advocating for? So it's this is something that I saw Pajan post about, where he was like, you know, the lesson to take away from this is that Mamdani is running a campaign. You know, whatever you think of his politics, Mamdani is running a campaign like we've never seen before. And it's like, dude, no, the politics are a part of it. You can't separate out like, oh, Mamdani is so great at social media and the way that they have like boots on the ground and are effectively, you know, effectively utilizing the internet as like separate from what his agenda is, like what his political positions are. Something is happening. Okay, I see the cameras. I see them. Oh my God, you guys know who's having a bad night? You know who's having a bad night? Brianna Wu. Okay. So hype.
Finally getting started. I'm Elle Biscard Church, Zoran.
Yo, this is straight up leftist audio.
Mamdani's campaign manager.
Oh my God, not the blowout. Way too dank. Way too dank. There's got to be another link. Hold on.
Fight back against the Trump administration
Before we
as
welcome
they
Zoran
attack.
to the stage, I know we are so excited to see him. I want to say first a few words of gratitude and reflection.
Here's another link, but it's delayed. They keep talking over it, though.
Other special partners.
We heard from
Yeah,
either
they're fucking talking over it.
To look out and see so many of the friends who
You know
have
what? This
built
is Authentico.
electric
This is muy Authentico.
We have so many leaders here tonight, but I
Oh
want to
my
recognize
God.
our very first endorsers. Those who believed in us before New York knew Zoran's name. So, let's hear a round of applause for New York City DSA!
It's the Intifada. It's the Intifada. It's starting. It's starting.
Also for Cav Voice. Drum beats.
They're bombing. The blowout is so funny. Oh my God.
Jewish Voice for Peace Action. And let us hear it for the New York Working Families Party. We also have here our trusted advisors, our loved ones, our elected partners.
I keep
our
turning it down and then turning it up.
our absolutely amazing staff. Everyone in this room
Somebody's
has
farting
contributed
hard.
to a disciplined, bold, and principled campaign. It has been run by the left and organized to win. Ours has been a campaign of trust, of joy, of camaraderie, and I am immensely proud to be a part of it alongside all of you. 5 years ago, before my first day as Zoran's chief of staff, we sat together and we articulated the vision for the movement that we hoped to build. Each day, we would work to embody the values of a better world. We would campaign, legislate, and organize in a way to make these values true by our actions. We would resist the creeping fascist tide through trust, and we would build trust by acting trustingly. And it has been the same with this campaign. We have already realized an image of the city we want and we deserve. Together we have built and strengthened our shared bonds, bonds of struggle, bonds of friendship, bonds between families, neighbors, and tenants. This campaign has never been about the achievement of a singular end goal. It's not just about the struggle.
Honestly,
for solidarity.
why are
It's
people
about solidarity
associated with Zoran's
in the
campaign
struggle.
all hot?
All this coming together of tens
Socialism
of
is
thousands
sexy.
of strangers to support one another and fight for our shared values. This movement in itself is a
Stupid,
force,
sexy
and this movement
socialist.
is a victory over alienation and cynicism. So please,
that kills me
look
every
around
time.
you. And don't forget, these are our people. You are not alone, and you are not powerless.
It's a lot easier to be hot when you're
I am
not
so
95%
proud
of the
all that
grave.
we are becoming, and now it is my honor to introduce one of Zoran's first supporters, both in the race for mayor and when first elected to the assembly. Our Congresswoman,
Look,
working class
everyone can be
champion,
a 7,
incredible partner of our
especially
campaign,
when you hold
Congresswoman
leftist
Nydia
politics.
Velázquez.
If you're like, damn, I'm still at a 6, well, guess what? You could get that up. Every audio blowout is a victory for the movement.
We want to hear from Zoran, so thank you so much. I am just so proud of all of you for the work that you put together to get to this moment. And to work so hard for the city that we all love. So let me just say, hello, Long Island City. What a night.
What a night.
This campaign has shocked the world. But everyone in this room knew we were going to do it.
That's right.
You believed in this movement when the pundit said it couldn't be done.
That's right.
You knocked on doors, made calls, talked to neighbors, and tonight, we made history.
Is this what it's like every time you tune into one of my streams?
Mandani
You just get your ear blown out.
Brought people from every background together around a single
we're about to watch his
powerful idea.
Yeah,
that
we're
New
moving
York
to New
City
York.
should be a
We're moving
city
to New
for
York.
everyone.
Dude, 8 points. I mean, it's not like they have
Not
not
just
officially
the
called,
wealthy,
but
not just
white.
the well-connected.
Fucking white.
Everyone.
That's what I'm talking about. That's New
Despite
York.
to the
That's where you're
struggles
from.
We all
Never
see
forget.
rising rents,
Never forget.
crumbling public services, working families barely hanging on, and he gave us something real to believe in.
That was Comrade Will Neff.
There is not special formula here. It's about listening to our people, to our community, and putting together a vision for the future of this city.
Guys, I'm telling my Ugandan children that Ugandan Indian Muslim won.
You know what? The billionaires are watching this moment.
The billionaires are watching, yes. So make
And
them
they are
scared.
going to
Show,
spend
have as much
everything
energy
they got to
as
stop
possible.
Zoran.
Because they
Why?
are going to try to stop him.
Because they know
Yep.
that this campaign
Yep.
threatens business as usual.
Yep.
And they are scared.
Speak on it.
So tonight we celebrate.
Yes.
But tomorrow we get back to work.
Yeah. We're going to beat back the billionaires.
We are going to knock even more doors.
Yes.
We are going to organize in every borough. We are going to turn this people power victory into a movement that takes us all the way to City Hall.
Yes! Finland, thank you for the 24 months.
And together, we are going to elect Zoran as the next mayor of New York and change our city forever.
Yeah!
But this is the thing. The city has changed. Zoran knew it. Other candidates didn't see it. And that is why we are here celebrating this incredible moment. God bless you all.
You know what? Blow that audio out even more. Blow the audio out even more. It's not blown out enough. Come on! Just know, okay, Bill Ackman, Peter Thiel, Mike Bloomberg, the establishment Dems, they are all watching. They are watching.
My name is Tish James, and Is Brooklyn in the house?
Yeah, Brooklyn!
Listen, if I can just have your attention just for 2 minutes, and then we're gonna bring on the candidate. Just 2 minutes and I'll be gone. Just listen. All throughout my public career, I have rejected the politics of fear, the politics of division, the politics of hate, the bias of low expectations. And Zoran, all throughout this campaign, rejected all of that as well. He kept focused on his message. He wasn't concerned about the money. It was all about the power of the message, the power of his word.
Yes.
And so I saw in my beloved Brooklyn and all throughout this city that this campaign was fueled. It was fueled by the power of people. People yearning for change in this city. People who heard his message. And we all came together. And I want those who are listening, who came to me, who called me, who texted me, who emailed me, who were afraid. I want all of you to know that after this campaign is over, we will all come together. We will heal this city. And I want all of you to know that you need to understand that Zoran is really a man who respects the humanity of everyone.
Yeah! That's right!
The primary is now over.
It is over.
And tonight, we celebrate the victory. Tonight,
She needs to start doing WWE promos. Look at his smile!
Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done.
Nelson!
My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Stupid, sexy socialism!
An hour ago, I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race.
Yeah!
And I want to thank Brad Lander.
Yeah! Oh my God, he just seemed to come out of nowhere.
Who did exactly that. Together we have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity.
Yeah, baby, yeah! A wild Brad appears.
Today, 8 months after launching this campaign,
Oh my God.
with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won.
Yeah!
We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown.
Woo! Chinatown! The Chinese are with
We have won
Zoran!
because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day. Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send your kid to school. Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free.
Yeah!
Where childcare doesn't cost more than CUNY. And where public safety keeps us truly safe. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism.
Yeah, and also the Dems!
To stop mass ICE agents from deporting our neighbors.
Yeah!
And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party.
Dems, you better ship up or shape
A
out.
party where we fight for working people with no apology. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker.
Oh.
If this campaign has
Katie, you were too
demonstrated
fast.
anything,
You were too fast. I was going to deport that
it is that
motherfucker.
our dreams can become reality.
Deport him out of this chat.
Dreaming demands hope. And when I think of hope, I think of the unprecedented coalition of New Yorkers that we have built.
Yeah.
For this is not my victory. This is ours. It is the victory of the Bangladeshi auntie who knocked on door after door until her feet throbbed and her knuckles ached. It is the victory of the 18-year-old who voted in their first ever election. And it is the victory of the Gambian uncle who finally saw himself and his struggle in a campaign for the city that he calls home.
Gambian uncles!
Dreaming demands solidarity. And when I look out at this room and out onto the midnight skyline, that is what I see.
Yes.
Canvas launches that continued in the pouring rain. Children who called parents. Strangers who care about those they will never meet. A New York that believes in each other and in itself. This is solidarity. And
Yes, and it is
defines
beautiful.
Our victory. And above all, dreaming demands work. Last Friday night, as the sun began to drop in the sky, I set off on a 13-mile walk from the northernmost tip of Manhattan to the base of the island. We began in Inwood, where music played and neighbors set out dominoes on the sidewalk. It was 7 p.m. The weekend had arrived. For most people, the time for work was over. But this is New York, where the work never ends. Waiters carried plates on 181st Street. Conductors drove the subways that rattled high above 125th. And world-class musicians tuned instruments as we passed Lincoln Square. By the time we made it downtown, a crowd marched behind us, a living embodiment of the energy and purpose that defines this campaign. Still, long past midnight, New York worked. Garbage trucks weaved through empty streets. Fishmongers carried in tomorrow's wares. And when we finally arrived at the Battery at 2:20 a.m. in the morning, the workers who run the Staten Island Ferry were on the job too. Just as they are every hour of the day, every day of the week. Each of these New Yorkers carried a dream with them that night as they labored. Just as each of us dreams of a New York that is more hopeful and affordable for all. And we have worked hard for our dream.
Yeah.
This has been a historically contentious race.
Yeah.
One that has filled our airwaves with millions in smears and slander. I hope now that this primary has come to an end. I can introduce myself once more.
Yeah!
Not as you've seen me in a 30-second ad or in a mailer in your mailbox, but as how I will lead as your mayor.
Yeah!
I will be the mayor for every New Yorker. Whether you voted for me, for Governor Cuomo, or felt too disillusioned by a long, broken political system to vote at all, I will fight for a city that works for you, that is affordable for you, that is safe for you. I will work to be a mayor you will be proud to call your own. I cannot promise that you will always agree with me, but I will never hide from you. If you are hurting, I will try to heal. If you feel misunderstood, I will strive to understand. Your concerns will always be mine, and I will put your hopes before my own. And I know that those hopes extend beyond our 5 boroughs.
Yes,
there are millions
here in
of New
LA.
Yorkers who have strong feelings
French Polynesia
about what happens overseas. I am one of them. And while I will not abandon my beliefs or my commitments, grounded in a demand for equality, for humanity, for all those who walk this earth.
Yes.
You have my word to reach further, to understand the perspectives of those with whom I disagree, and to wrestle deeply with those disagreements. Let me close with this. In these dark times, I know that it is harder than ever to keep faith in our democracy. It has been attacked by billionaires and their big spending, by elected officials who care more about self-enrichment than the public trust, and by authoritarian leaders who rule through fear. But above all, our democracy has been attacked from within. For too long, New Yorkers have strained to find a leader who represents us, who puts us first. And we have been betrayed time and again. After so many disappointments, the heart hardens. Belief becomes elusive.
Cynicism takes
And
over.
when we no longer believe in our democracy, it only becomes easier for people like Donald Trump to convince us of his worth. For billionaires to convince us that they must always lead. As FDR said, democracy has disappeared in several other great nations. Not because the people disliked democracy, but because they had grown tired of unemployment and insecurity, of seeing their children hungry while they sat helpless in the face of government confusion and weakness. In desperation, they chose to sacrifice liberty in the hope of getting something to eat. New York, if we have made one thing clear over these past months, it is that we need not choose between the two. We can be free and we can be fed. We can demand what we deserve.
Yes!
And together we have built a movement where everyday New Yorkers recognize themselves in our vision of democracy. Every new voter registered, that is faith renewed. Every voter who traveled through withering heat to the polls, that is faith renewed. And every New Yorker who sees solutions to the daily challenges they face in this campaign, that is faith renewed.
We believe.
Together, New York, we have renewed our democracy. We have given our city permission to believe again. And I pledge to you that we will remake this great city, not in my image, but in the image of every New Yorker who has only known struggle.
Struggle,
In our New
intifada,
York,
uprising.
The power belongs to the people.
There goes the blowout. God, this speech is amazing. He's so good. He's so good. It's a jihadist summer.
Today, and as I thank the incredible leaders who have long fought for those people, who are here across this crowd and across these 5 boroughs and standing next to me in the Attorney General of this state, in the Public Advocate of this city, in our Congresswoman, Nydia Velasquez, in our Controller, Brad Lander, and in every single person who believed in this campaign long
That's
before
us.
it was easy to do so.
That's all of us, y'all.
And you believed when it was difficult. We dreamt in the night, and we are now building in the dawn.
Yeah. Yeah.
That new day, the one that we have yearned for, the one that we have struggled for, the one that we have knocked for, have texted for, have called for, the one that we have obsessed over. That new day is finally here, my friends.
It's a new
And
dawn.
it is here
It's a new day.
because you have delivered it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Mom Donnie. Mom Donnie. Mom Donnie. Yeah! Do you feel it now, Mr. Krabs?
And as I thank you, I must thank those who brought me into this world.
Oh.
I must thank my mother and my father.
I got chills. They're multiplying.
Mira and Mahmoud. And I must thank
His parents, y'all. Their son is going to be the first
And I
Muslim
must
mayor
thank
of New York.
my incredible wife,
Yeah.
Rama Duaji.
Now that's a wife guy I can get behind. That is a wife guy I can get behind. Aww. Oh, what a beautiful family.
Thank you so much.
What a gorgeous family. Oh.
Now let us lead this city into one that is affordable for each and every New Yorker.
This is the first time a mayor has felt like a win for the whole country. There are so many people tuning in tonight, who tuned in tonight. Because we believe. Because we believe. We believe, y'all.
I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long
A long time coming, but I know a change gonna come.
Oh, yes, it will.
Oh, yes, it will, Chad.
It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to
die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky.
It's been a
long time coming,
but I know
a change gonna come.
Oh, yes, it will.
Not every day is a victory, but today is a victory.
I go
To the movie,
and I
go downtown. Somebody keeps telling me, don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. A change gonna come if you believe.
Yes, it will.
Yes, it will. Everybody group hug. Group hug.
Then I go to
My brother. And I say, this tweet is so funny.
But he
winds up
knocking me
back down on my knees. Oh, the times that I thought
I could last for
so
long. But now
I think I'm able
to
carry on.
It's
been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Yes it will, everybody. Yes it will. Oh, man. Okay, wait. He tweeted this on Will's birthday. Held the door for an older white man. He turns to me, smiles because he's mad proud of the knowledge he's about to drop, and says gracias. Well, technically, Will is older than Zoran. Does that mean that this tweet was about Will? Was Will the older white man who turned around and said gracias? He's talking about Will. It's confirmed. It is confirmed. Okay, wait. We got to watch Brad Landers. You know what? This is also a great speech.
Andrew Cuomo.
Look at how sweaty he is.
Andrew Cuomo is in the past. He is not the present or future of New York City.
No, I don't think so. Is he so sweaty? I think comptrollers are just naturally sweaty.
Good fucking riddance.
Yeah! Good fucking
Andrew Cuomo.
Let him know, Brad. You let him know. Good fucking riddance. He is in the past, and I don't give a shit how much money these bozos are going to put together into a campaign in the general. Because we said, Quo no. Can I get a quo no? Can I get a quo no? Okay. All right. You guys, should we look at are there any more tears that we should soak up? Are there any more let's see. Please, I love I've seen so many tweet threads that are like, please reply with your favorite anti-Zoran meltdowns. Oh, the meltdowns. The meltdowns. Wait a sec. I'm sorry. What in the revisionism? Maddie Iglesias, my favorite egg, Cuomo and all the people who lined up behind him absolutely deserve to lose. Just an absolutely cursed series of decisions. So you mean you? It's like, buddy, that's you. That is you. What are you talking about? This is my actual favorite video from the election.
But now we got
Perverts for Cuomo.
Me too.
This city's in the shitter. There's no cops anymore, garbage all over the place, and the Yankees haven't won since 2009.
The MTA is a disaster. The trains are not safe anymore. You can't even watch porn in peace.
I keep asking my neighbor out. She doesn't.
What happened to catcalling?
Used to be you could smell your assistant's hair.
And now everybody gets mad, and that's why I'm voting for Andrew Cuomo
For mayor.
Hard on taxes. You had me at hard on.
Exactly. And please, Stephanie, my daughter, if you're watching this, what is your friend's name? What is her number? Andrew Cuomo, if you are seeing this, let's go out, meet some women, touch, grab.
Andrew Cuomo, if you're seeing this, please make it $17 to ride the subway.
We go to the club, you kiss a girl on her cheek, I kiss her on the other cheek, we whisper in her ear, if you don't want to go home with us tonight, you're fucking out of your mind. Should we play it? Fly me.
Fly me to the moon.
No, man.
Let me play among the stars.
How have I not seen this?
Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words,
Cuomo!
Is your sister still single?
No, I'm dating her, man.
You've heard of Hot Girls for Zora, but now
No, I have not seen this before. Oh my God. You guys are pulling out some gems tonight. Some absolute gems. Holy shiitake. Some more tears. Okay, let me have them. Oh God, this loser. Breaking: New York City has announced that it will change its name to New Gaza City. Suck me. Oh my God, you fucking baby. You little stupid baby. Look at your stupid baby face. Look at your stupid baby face. Yeah, also New Gaza City, great. Great, because the people of New York City showed tonight that they support the people of Palestine. From New York to Palestine. I'm more shocked that Will didn't show you that one than the fact that you didn't see it on your own. Will's watched it every day the past 2 days in stream. Wait, that one? Oh, the perverts for Cuomo. More crybaby tears. Let me see all the babies. 24 years ago, a group of Muslims, specifically Saudis, and yet Donald Trump, who cozies up to the crown prince and said, as long as I'm in office, I will always protect the Saudis. Charlie, do you have anything to say about that? You mean the Saudis are allies? Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. That's right, because you guys, in racist brain, in Islamophobic brain, every single Muslim is responsible for the behavior of a select few. So bad Muslims, good Muslims are on the hook. And this doesn't apply to any other group. This doesn't apply to any other group. Them's the rules where, sorry, if you're Muslim, then you are responsible for any violence that another Muslim commits. Why would anyone listen to him? You know what? So Charlie should just go back to like telling 14-year-old girls to go get their MRS degrees when he's at a Turning Point event. Doesn't he have shit to do? Isn't he busy? Oh my God, these freaks. These people are freaks. New Yorkers forgot all about the victims of 9/11 killed by Muslims. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, Laura. Now a Muslim communist will be the mayor of New York City. Get out while you can. Oh no, is Laura Loomer never going to go to New York City? Are all these people never going to go to New York? What a shame. What a shame that the biggest freakazoids are going to not be in New York City anymore. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, I've been meaning to try this Arab food. I heard
This
it's pretty good.
Arab
The
food.
best in the West, my friend. How was the food, my friend?
Alhamdulillah.
Here you go, my friend. Shawarma and mango juice.
Bismillah.
What is this?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Lunch break.
Here you go, my friend. Fresh hummus, sauce, bread, and falafel.
Holy
Okay, I've
shit.
been meaning to try this Arab food. I heard it's pretty good.
The best in the West, my friend. How was the food, my friend?
Alhamdulillah.
Here you go, my friend. Shawarma and mango juice.
Bismillah.
Oh, this is so good. Who is this guy? It's White Boy Jihad Summer. Oh, God. It's White Boy Jihad Summer. New York, if you fuck this up, so help me God, me, a socialist in a red state, and NYC voters. All right, well, let me just say, okay, let me get serious for a second. Look, we don't know what's going to happen, all right? We don't know what the future holds. And we know that politics, it does not produce perfection. And we are so excited, and we should reside in that excitement and feel inspired and know that we can demand better and we can get better. And you know, it's not going to be a utopia. It's not going to be perfection, because that is the political system does not allow as such. You know, there are compromises, there's doing things to survive. And unfortunately, the system is very strong. However, I think that we have to take stock of what this victory means, not just for the people of New York City, but for all of us. What this means the next time somebody throws falsehoods around, false accusations of anti-Semitism towards somebody who is running for office, a public figure, to try and scare them, intimidate them. That shit don't work. We, the New Yorkers of the world, sent the message tonight that no longer works, that you cannot cover up the crimes of genocide, of an apartheid state, of a system of discrimination, where one ethnic group has priorities, has rights over another. That you can no longer cover that up by crying anti-Semitism. That bullshit does not work anymore. And we, the people of New York City, sent that message tonight. That a message of free Palestine, a message of humanity, of solidarity with our fellow human beings, especially those who are in the most dire of situations, that message is what wins. We're Zoraning out, okay? You have permission. You have permission to fully Zoran out. Soulboot, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Moonbeans, thank you for the gifted sub. And you know what? The more that they dig their heels in, the more that they show how scared they are. They are terrified. They see the change that is happening. They see the shift. They no longer have control of the narrative. They see young people on TikTok watching a video of somebody who's their age, who lives in Palestine, who's just like them, except for the circumstances that they are surviving in, except for the circumstances that they were born into. And your little propaganda ain't working. Your tweets have been fire. Thank you. Thank you very much. They are terrified because they know that they are losing. They have had a chokehold on power for so long. The establishment is running scared. Why do you think that they all coalesced, especially in the final week, to try and protect their power? They don't give a fuck about Cuomo. It's about protecting their power. And Cuomo represents the establishment. So they threw everything that they had and they lost. And they're going to lose again. And make no mistake, they are going to throw even more. They are already sending out the emails. They're on the phone. They're talking about the money that they need to put together right now. But they will lose. I'm just saying this sounds like a campaign speech. The crap with the Colbert interview was liberals' last-ditch effort. And they lost, okay? They took a big fucking L. They took a big-ass L. Cook his ass, Mr. Mayor. This ain't Tirani. Cook his ass. You know what? Take him down. Take him down. Nothing can stop Zoran now. Nothing can stop us.
Come out to in her sitcom in 1997. Reese Witherspoon, Laura Dern, or Felicity Huffman.
I'm gonna go with Laura Dern just because I love Jurassic Park.
And you're gonna be correct.
Yes!
Hi, I'm Ananiah. This is Gaydar. What does WL?
You know what? You know what's crazy? What's so fucking crazy is that meanwhile, Democrats are spending millions of dollars trying to get their Joe Rogan of the left. All right? They're like propping up Olivia Giuliana again. They're going, how do we make content that's going to appeal to young men? How do we have our Joe Rogan? And then you have people like Zoran who's out here and he's dapping up young dudes in New York City. Black, white, Jewish, Muslim. You see the way that he expertly handles going on TikToks, doing YouTube, right? The way that he has operated this campaign season, utilizing the internet. He's that guy. But of course, he's a threat to the establishment. So the Democrats go, not only do they go, where's our Joe Rogan of the left? And bypass people like this, they actively try to stop them. They sent out Bill fucking Clinton. They pulled him out of his crypt. Said, listen, you old sex pest, we need you to get out there, okay? We need you to tell people to vote for this sex pest. Yeah, and then he goes back into his sex pest crypt till they bring him back out again so that he can help another Democrat lose. More tears. Oh, Zoran is a communist. Communism is a totalitarian ideology. I call on all center-left liberals to oppose him. Buddy, they tried. They done failed. Center-left liberals done failed. Also, aren't you in fucking Australia? Why are there these like Elon Musk Twitter users who don't live in the United States of America who are constantly tweeting as if they do? Like, what's his fucking name? The other guy. Yeah, Ian Miles Chong, who's never stepped foot on US soil. Zoran Mamdani, my country, Philadelphia, yearns for freedom. We yearn for freedom. All of us tonight watched the election in New York City and went, I want that. I want it. Zoran had a pro-trans agenda. We must not abandon trans people. No, we will not abandon trans people. Speaking of, Sandwich and I are doing a fundraiser on Saturday. Be there or be square. We are raising money for Point of Pride. We are raising money so trans people can get gender-affirming care. Because we will not forget about trans people, especially not this Pride Month. Trans rights are human rights. Palestinian rights are human rights. Immigrant rights are human rights. And you know what? Zoran, he ran on a pro-trans rights agenda and he won. So all these Democrats who are like, oh, sorry, the trans thing is a big problem. Well, looky here. Mr. Chungus, thank you for the 5 months. I don't know why I am speaking in like campaign winning speech tone of voice. Zoran Mamdani ran on trans rights and he won. So we will not go back. And we will not go quietly into the night. Trans rights for all. I'm just really gearing up for my run for Congress. Mike got me in campaign mode. It's his fault. That's right. If you're a transphobe, if you're a Zionist, if you love ICE, it's over for you. The people have spoken, and the people said, fuck you. My mother was a small business. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, you're telling me that running on a platform that includes trans rights, that talks about expanding and protecting gender-affirming care, you're telling me that that didn't cause someone to lose? Because I've been hearing from liberals in this country that the trans issue is why Democrats lose. Maybe Democrats will win if they get on board with all these fucking issues. Maybe if they get on board with Free Palestine, with abolish ICE, with protect trans rights and trans lives. But if that were the case, then they would open the door to being really progressive for reals. So when are we launching the campaign? Oh, God. You know what? Fuck it. I feel so... I'm Zoraning out, okay? I'm fully Zoraning out. Now is the time. Protect the transatlantic accent. That's right. Exactly. You're so right. Would you like to join my administration? Bernie, I've got some things I gotta say to you. Bernie, I really appreciate you, but also I've got some things that I have a problem with. But also, thank you for everything you have done. Chartreuse, thank you for the tier 1. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you guys. We must defeat ranked choice voting. Everywhere across the country, especially Alaska. I will help wherever I can to ensure we are ready for 2028. Okay. Don't know who the fuck you are, but good luck. You seen this? I have seen this. We just watched a couple music vids.
People like it, Basaya Balaba. Asasi, Mardadi, Fisasi, Kanda Milani, Tegutu, Fisase. Too much beauty.
You think Chuck Schumer can do this? It would kill him. This would kill Chuck Schumer. This would kill 3/4 of the Democratic Party.
Bring it up, yo, Jibunana. Hilos ID, Jabanana. Talcum, cool, kind of mana. Chop it up. Chop it up. Chop it up. Chop it up. Kanda, N-O-Y, mere. Kanda, be a bad baby. Kanda, tell me if you feel it. Kanda, do it when you're ready. Kanda, Tabina Kanene. Kanda, hands up in the air like Kanda, N-O-Y, mere. Kanda, be a bad baby. Kanda.
This is what the Dems, like Nancy and the Dems, thought they were doing when they took a knee. When they kneeled for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. This is what they thought they were a part of. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then funded the cops even more. Do you think this kind of shows that legacy media is losing its ability to manufacture consent? Well, look, you got to pay attention to who watches legacy media, okay? So in this country, young people in America, young people do not consume their news via legacy media. That has been a change that has been ongoing, and this is not the first election where we have seen that there is a division in age group. You know, also older people who are watching cable news all day long. Even a bunch of them didn't vote for Cuomo. So I think it's not necessarily like if you consume your news via legacy media that there is no ability for you to vote outside of the establishment candidates. My mom is the biggest New York Times consumer, and she is like so fucking radicalized right now. Okay. She has had a New York Times subscription probably longer than half of y'all in here have been alive, but she is so angry right now towards the Democratic Party. I have heard her say things that I didn't think I'd ever hear her say. Born Lamau. Look, I'm tired, okay? I'm sweaty. I am tired. I'm Zoran pilled. Has she been Zoran pilled? You know what? She thinks he's great. She does. So as far as like, is legacy media losing its ability to manufacture consent? Yes. Yes, even amongst those who still consume that as their main source of news. You know? Now, it's not to say that there aren't a lot of people still who are like, you know, taking their marching orders from whatever MSNBC is telling them, or like Fox News is telling them. However, support for Israel is at a 30-year low. That's a big fucking deal, right? In places like in the Bronx, in Staten Island, where Cuomo was supposed to was supposed to pick up really important voters, he didn't get the voters that he needed, or he didn't get the votes that he needed. These are older populations that watch CNN and consume legacy media. Okay. More Matt Iglesias Cope posting. This guy just always has to say something. He's just always got to seem like he is the smartest guy in the room. It's fair to hit Mamdani with old tweets, but the fact that his 2025 campaign sounded nothing like his tweets from 2020 to me is in fact a sign that wokeness is in deep remission. Wokeness is in deep remission. Matt, shut up, okay? Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you, dude. I don't understand how you make so much money from your Substack, probably because there's enough annoying ass people out there that they'll give you money. So if you are a person who gives Matt Iglesias money, stop. Give your money to people who are not as big of dopes. Save your money and give it to someone who's actually cool. How do you think white boys obtain summer? Through jihad. Jihad. It's jihadi white boy summer, everybody. BR, thank you for the 33 months. That's right. Oh my God. I am sweating. I need to stand up for a second. I've just been sweating my booty hole off because I'm Zoraning out so hard. I don't know about y'all. But tonight is a night. Tonight is a night of celebration, of feeling inspired. Yeah, of getting swamp ass because you're just feeling it. You're just feeling it. Tonight is definitely a night. Indeedy. I cannot explain the ecstasy of being part of the Zoran when it's better than sex. Well, remember, socialists have better sex. They do. So you get both. You get both. You don't have to give up sex. You don't have to give up good sex. Zohran Mamdani beating Cuomo in the Democratic primary for New York mayor has caused a meltdown. Some delicious tears. New York City has fallen. The demonic sounds of Islamic prayer calls will soon be heard throughout the streets. The trash will pile higher than ever. Jews and Christians will be hated. Rape will skyrocket. NYC will be the next London. Wow, that was really racist. Just insert Ta-Nehisi Coates meme. Wow, that was really racist. Why do they keep... What happened to London? The reason that these racists keep making comparisons to London is because they are trying to say that, like, oh, New York City is going to fall prey to knife crime in the way that London has. That London just has all these shadowy figures, all these Muslim shadowy figures, you know, out in the streets. And there's just all of this horrific crime happening because London has there are Muslims who live in London.
The fighters and the Mahdi.
10% of New York City's residents are Muslim, by the way. This is not like suddenly we go from population 0 to population 2 billion. Also, London's mayor is Muslim, yes. Okay, let's see the next one. Imagine telling your younger self that 25 years after 9/11, New York City, where the towers fell, would be so warped that it votes Al-Qaeda's loyalists. Oh my God, it's like so... It's so racist. It's even hard to read. Al-Qaeda's loyalists? We're talking about like aunties in the Bronx. Aunties in the Bronx who went out were like, hey, vote for Zohran. He's a great guy. Oh my God, it is so cartoonishly racist. You'd be called nuts, but it's happening. These are the same people who will say jack shit about Trump's and his family's close connections to the Saudis, and who will say nil about the Saudis' connection to 9/11. Nothing. Oh my God, do you notice what all of these people have in common? What all of these tweets have in common? They're all so fucking racist. These people are losing their minds. They cannot stand seeing a Muslim person gain power. They cannot stand like all their dirty little tricks, their racist dirty little tricks just failing. Because that's the thing, right? The way that these bigots view minorities, view marginalized groups in this country, they know that they're here and they wish they could get rid of them, but they can't. So what they try and do is keep them from any sort of power. They do not want them participating in society. They do not want them winning elections. They do not want them voting in elections, and they do not want them they do not want them to be publicly existing. Jana Splinters, thank you for the 34 months. Long live the fighters. The Mahdi. Zohran Muad'Dib. Zohran Muad'Dib. We are about to experience unprecedented levels of Islamophobia in the lead up to the New York City mayoral general election. Just wait. I mean, we've been there. We have been there. You got Stephen Colbert asking the Muslim guy, hey, what are you going to do about anti-Semitism? Meanwhile, like just last week, he got another bomb threat. Some bigot threatened to kill him. But there is no like, hey, Islamophobia is a real problem in this country, huh? That we have legislation still that allows the surveillance of Muslim communities, of mosques. Hey, a lot of people are scared. A lot of Muslims in this country are scared. There are deep rivers running through America that are abhorrently Islamophobic. There's been violence here on US soil towards American Muslims. Like, what do you have, what are you going to do for the 10% of New Yorkers who are Muslim to alleviate their fears? No, of course not. No, man. It's always just, hey, let's ask the brown guy what he's going to do about Israel, what he's going to do about anti-Semitism, because he has to answer. He needs to answer for the crimes of terrorists who attacked the United States people on September 11th. And because because New York City is a city in Israel. So he needs to answer these questions as to what he is going to do about Israel, for Israel. If you want to understand how much people are just done with Israel's bullshit, look at NYC Democratic mayoral primary. They spent $6 million to overthrow a good man who wants good for all, with heart filled with love for all. Why? Because he supports Palestinian emancipation. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm just kind of repeating myself at this point, but you guys, this is a major victory. This is a major victory for Palestinian emancipation as far as those who advocate for it. As far as those who stand up and say free Palestine. Take this and run with it, and know that they cannot silence you. That they will continue to try. They will throw everything that they have. If you are running for office, if you are a public figure, if you are a celebrity, whoever you are, they will try and intimidate you and smear you and keep you from speaking truth to power. But Zoran didn't let them. The supporters, his volunteers, people who went out and voted today, they did not let that shit fly. They rejected it. And yes, we do need to stay diligent. Yes, the work continues tomorrow. Tonight is a celebration. Tonight is a victory. Tomorrow, the work continues. And remember that being principled is the most important thing. Standing on your motherfucking morals. What is this picture? This is some racist shit. Standing on your motherfucking morals. Not backing down. Not giving them an inch. Not allowing them to seize the truth and strangle it. Tonight we take shots. That's right. Science as a candle in the dark. Thank you for the tier 1. Jaina, what is this? Leaked audio from Zoran's call with DNC, the Democratic National Committee, from about 30 minutes ago. Lisan al-Gaib! Do you guys think Timmy voted for Zoran?
Do you think you could have a chance? It's not the Josh. She hold Chelsea.
Zoran al-Gaib. Timmy is so online. Yeah, he did. I have to believe it. He definitely, that white boy says inshallah. That white boy absolutely says inshallah. Plus, he's a Knicks fan. He's a Knicks fan. That had to have been what, that had to have at least been enough, right? Zoran saying Zoran being a supporter of the Knicks, he says a lot more than inshallah. I think his sister did. New York City, I love you. Let's fucking go. Oh boy. Oh boy, you guys. And he's a Mets fan. That's true. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Are you friends with Timothy? Am I friends with Timothy Chalamet? No. Yes. 1,000%.
Here I am, again in the city, with a fistful of dollars. And baby, you better believe I'm back in the New York groove. I'm back in the New York groove. I'm back in the New York groove. Back in the New York groove. In the New York groove. In the back of my Cadillac, a wicked lady sitting by my side saying, where are we? Stop the dirty party beat, execute the night, it's gonna be ecstasy.
Yeah, we're Zoraning out, aren't we?
Feeling so good tonight.
Farley voted for Zoran.
Who cares about
Yeah.
tomorrow? So baby,
Socialism is sexy.
back in the New York groove. I'm back in the New York groove. I'm back in the New York groove.
We're making a better future for you, my son,
I'm back
my baby.
in the New York groove.
We're gonna move to New York. You're gonna love it.
Back in the New York groove.
Yeah, I'm conceding. New York better than LA. We're gonna go be New Yorkers. We're gonna move to New York City. I'm excited. You're gonna love it. It smells like TT's in places. You love the smell of TT. Back in the New York groove. You're not in French Polynesia? No, I am in French Polynesia. Paul Rudd, thank you for the 11 months. All right. Okay. Wait, what was I gonna watch? You know what? Let's watch this, and then I think I might.
Gonzalez. Today, New York City Democrats are voting in an historic mayoral primary. For much of the race, the 67-year-old former governor, Andrew Cuomo, was seen as the clear frontrunner. Cuomo resigned 4 years ago over allegations he sexually harassed at least 11 women while in office. But polls show the race has become extremely tight. The possible new frontrunner, according to some polls, is a 33-year-old Democratic social.
Oh my God! Look at Uncle Sam.
That I think maybe in February or March, I thought that.
Yo, he got multiple buttons unbuttoned. Bro is unbuttoned. Wait, why he kinda? If you haven't been on, if this is the first time you're getting on board, where the fuck have you been?
Was, I don't want to say a near impossibility, but I thought it was a bit of a long shot. Oh no, quite a bit of a long shot that Mamdani would win. But he has just run a masterful campaign. He has a message that resonates with New Yorkers. He is a great
He said
candidate.
it was hot at his place.
I don't know what else to say. I can't tell you how happy I am. I'm happy for New York City.
No, it is 1,000,000 degrees in New York. There ain't no way that people in New York City right now at 10:30, 11:30, 12, 1:30 in the morning are not schwitzing. It is so
And
hot.
you're going to see all those people who said that Eric Adams is the next presidential candidate after the last mayoral election. You're going to see them talk about how New York is
Adams.
not like Iowa. It's not like anywhere else. And that is obviously the case. But Mamdani won in areas where he wasn't supposed to win so decisively. And there is a roadmap for national Democrats.
Yeah, but we know what they're gonna do. We know that they're gonna have map blindness. Oh, Bill Ackman. Yeah, no, he's already texting his billionaire bros and being like, all right, boys, let's get to work. Let's fucking get to work. I'm sorry. Who does this man think he is? Carrie Bradshaw? If anyone's leaving NYC out of fears of Sharia taking over, please let me know. I will buy your brownstone and live in it. Okay, I know you got money. You don't got that money. Miss Bradshaw. Bro talking about buying a brownstone. He made a bet he would move to New York if Zoran becomes mayor. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Now, Will Neff has also talked about. Will Neff went from like fuck New York City to, yeah, I'd go live there. You know what? When Zoran becomes mayor, that will make the brownstone affordable for Assad.
Socialist State Assembly member.
Hold on a
Zohran
second. Socialism is when no money. What are you doing talking about buying a brownstone, just another mansion to add to your Pokemon collection of mansions?
Donnie. He's risen to the top tier of a crowded field of 11 candidates in which voters will use a ranked choice voting system to choose 5 candidates in order of their preference. A coalition of progressive groups has called on voters to not rank Cuomo. Last October, Mamdani joined Democracy Now! As he launched his mayoral campaign. And
you know, I said this before, but this was truly a campaign of joy. Mamdani, everywhere he went, he was smiling, he was laughing, he was hanging out with the people, and
laid out the platform he's now known for. Today he
and like, I know it sounds cheesy. But that smile is infectious. That joy is infectious when it's not a centrist Democrat who's running on the same platform as her very unpopular, pretty much dead predecessor. Okay? But that joy is infectious because people want to feel excited. They want to feel joyful around politics. Politics is normally, it's such a fucking sludge. A lot of people feel disenfranchised. A lot of people feel like their votes don't matter, that whatever, you know, how they feel, their suffering doesn't matter, that things are just going to be how they are, no matter who's in charge. This is contagious. It is.
Joins us on the phone from the campaign trail for a few minutes before we look broadly at this historic race. Zohran Mamdani, welcome back to Democracy Now! You held a news conference this morning in your home district of Astoria at sunrise?
Yes, I did, because that's the time that many New Yorkers are getting up to go to work, so they deserve a mayor who'll be ready just like they are.
And so talk about what your message is today. And
why do they keep mentioning it's ranked choice voting? Is it new for this election or just unusual because it's not used federally? So the first time that New York City used ranked choice was in the previous mayoral election. So that was when Eric Adams won. There are other cities and excuse me, I just choked on my own spit. There are other cities and jurisdictions that use ranked choice voting. We need it in Los Angeles. This is, God, we need it. We fucking need it. But they keep mentioning it's ranked choice because it's ranked choice. And because that was, so a big part of Zoran's campaign was aligning himself with all the other candidates aside from Cuomo, with not just the message of like, I, Zoran Mamdani, have a vision for this city to help the people of New York, but also like look at the solidarity that we all have, and also fuck Andrew Cuomo.
How you think it is that you have eaten into something like a 40% lead that the disgraced former governor Andrew Cuomo had, and now some polls are putting you ahead.
Well, Amy, it's the same message that we've had since we launched this campaign on October 23rd, 8 months ago. And it was such a pleasure to do so at Democracy Now! And sharing our vision for a city that New Yorkers can actually afford. Affordability is the crisis of the five boroughs across our city, where we live in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. 500,000 children are going to sleep hungry every night, and the rest are in a permanent state of anxiety as to whether they can continue to afford to pay their rent, to pay their child care, to even afford the cost of groceries. And ultimately, what has powered our campaign's rise from 1% in the polls to being just a hair's breadth away from City Hall is this focus on an economic agenda that will deliver a New York City that working and middle-class New Yorkers can actually afford.
I follow some Republican operatives to see what's up. They're screaming about RCV and want to get rid of it tonight. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, establishment Dems are also going to be gunning for ranked choice voting. I love part of his speech where he spoke to those who felt disillusioned did not vote. That needs to be the norm, not shaming the electorate and the potential electorate. Also, Dem incompetence hurting establishment Dems. Again, is always nothing to bail Cuomo out. Zoran platform and delivery is the blueprint. Yeah, I mean, there are 8 million people who live in New York City and about 1 million voted. And not saying that all 8 million can vote, but there are a lot of people who still in this country in any election do not vote because they are so disillusioned, because they feel like their votes don't matter. A lot of that has to do with the Electoral College, of course. But yeah, his speaking directly to those people where he's like, look, I am not just going to be mayor for the people who voted for me. I am mayor for all people who live in New York. And I understand your cynicism. Like, I understand why you feel so disillusioned. And I hope that this can be the beginning of real change. Like, I hope that you can see that politics doesn't just have to be the status quo, and that the power does rest with the people.
And how have you been able to build such a large campaign effort?
It actually doesn't make sense to go after ranked choice voting because it seems like Zoran got the most first choice votes anyway. Yeah, but I mean, that was surprising, right? Like, that was not expected that he was going to win after after the first night, like on the night of the election. Him winning the primary was a big surprise in the best way possible. But yeah, they're going to talk about how ranked choice voting isn't fair, because even though it didn't, well, we can't say that it didn't help Zoran, even though after they didn't have to end up tabulating people's second choice votes. Like, they didn't even have to get to that point. But him co-endorsing, like, him co-campaigning with Brad Lander, with other candidates in the race, that was a powerful message, you know? And I think it keeps other candidates, especially ones who have similar platforms, from pulling votes. So the cross endorsement is really important. And also because people in a ranked choice voting system, voters feel like their votes matter more. Like it's not an all or nothing. That their preferences actually matter. That it's not like, okay, I got to vote for I'm voting for the person that I prefer, but that it doesn't matter because it's a winner take all, because it's one or the other. Yeah, like even if the person that you want the most doesn't win, your preferences will still matter. Like being able to rank candidates means that you still can play a part in the outcome, even if your first choice doesn't win. Anything that helps Zoran win will be coming under attack. Yeah, so New York City itself.
Apparatus, despite the fact that most of the quote establishment Democratic operatives, the unions and the political leaders have not backed you.
You know, I think it's been incredible to see how the very New Yorkers who've been left behind by the politics of our city and of today have been the ones that are powering our campaign's rise. And I now speak to you with more than 50,000 volunteers. There was a point at the beginning of this race where there were some that doubted whether we would receive even 50,000 votes. And yet this campaign apparatus, of which I cannot think of a precedent in our city, is one that has now knocked on 1.5 million doors, made more than 500,000 phone calls, and ultimately is carrying a belief in politics that should require no translation, a politics that speaks directly to working and middle-class New Yorkers' struggles, and one that so often is being shared directly by one New Yorker to another at a doorstep or a subway platform or in a park, because too often we've allowed politics to become something where we wait for New Yorkers.
Reports coming out that New York is 2 weeks away from having nukes. Reports coming in that New York has been enriching uranium to dangerous levels. Very dangerous levels of uranium enrichment.
To come to us, or we lecture them instead of listen to them. And what we have done instead is reach out to New Yorkers wherever they are across these 5 boroughs.
And of course, this is the Democratic primary that we're
in before the comments saying that Hamas paid off all of these voters, that Hamas controlled the outcome of the election.
Dealing with today, and it looks like the general election in November will be a lot different as well, given the fact that even Andrew Cuomo, if
calls for regime change to liberate New York,
that the current mayor Eric Adams is also running as an independent. Do you see this as if you prevail today to be a guarantee of victory, or you have a lot more campaigning to do in the months ahead?
We got here by never taking any day for granted, and that's how we're going to run the rest of this race. And we're confident that we'll win the primary, and then we'll run the general in the same manner, just as hungry as New Yorkers are for a new city, a city that takes care of each and every person. And ultimately, I've been running against Eric Adams a second term from the beginning of this race, and Andrew Cuomo is running for that same term. It's the same corruption, the same donors, the same limited vision, funded by the very corporation.
You know, it's very interesting to me to see influencers and, pundits who very much so support the establishment, who support the party, like kind of trying to get in on the excitement around Zoran, where it's like, what side are you on? What team are you on? Because there's room for you to join this movement, but you have to stop defending Hillary Clinton. You have to stop running cover for the establishment. Like, You can't have both, man. It's the same with the Podjons. The Podjons who are like, oh, you know, this is blah, blah, blah. Like, this is good socialist messaging. Yeah, because these are good policies. It's not just the messaging, but that's how, like, the amount of liberals who have talked about how, oh, Dems need to be better on messaging. It's like, no, Dems' agenda sucks. Democratic policies suck. It's not like, oh, we have this major messaging
It's true.
problem.
I'm enriching uranium in Bushwick as we speak. 33 months, qua love.
Oh, Eva, thank you for the 33. What's up, girl? 10 feet high. Thank you for the 14 months. Right. If your policies are good, then messaging will follow. And I'm not saying that like some campaigns have not struggled in messaging around their policies that are good policies. But this idea that like, oh, the Democratic Party's problem is that they are not on point with messaging. It's like, no, man, you're not on point with what you're offering the American people.
That are benefiting from this inequality crisis in the city, and we are on the brink of defeating that second term in the primary.
What happened to Contra? I'm confused. Nothing happened. She's just very staunchly liberal and will still defend you know, she'll still defend establishment Dems. Like I don't think anything has changed. I think those have always been her politics. It just feels even more obnoxious now when it's in the context of like defending Kamala Harris over Palestine, you know, defending the Democrats over Palestine. Like that feels, it just stands out even more where it's like, you're still doing this. Right, like the number, the number of dead in Gaza not making it like uniquely awful while downplaying the numbers too. And it's like, man, you are citing numbers that are a year and a half old at this point. Like we know that it's at least 4 times minimum what you're citing here.
And we'll do it again in the general.
I wanted to ask you about the New York Times saying they...
Anyway, my point being, if you are a liberal and you are like reacting positively to Zoran and his campaign, stop being a liberal. Join this cause. You don't have to keep being a centrist Dem. You can get on board here. Coconut, thank you for the gifted sub. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Vil Morigar, thank you for the 6 months. You know?
Weren't going to endorse anyone in this primary, and then went after you. They said, we do not believe Mr. Mamdani deserves a spot on New Yorkers' ballots. His experience is too thin. His agenda reads like a turbocharged version of Mr. de Blasio's dismaying mayoralty. As for Mr. Cuomo, we have serious objections to his ethics and conduct, even if he would be better for New York's future than Mr. Mamdani. They went after you about controlling rent. They went after you about grocery stores. Talk about what you have promised New Yorkers on all of these issues and why you think the Times is wrong. And do you actually think them going after you helps you?
You know, I think that their opinions are those of, about a dozen New Yorkers, and they certainly have the right to it. And this is an election that will be decided by closer to 1 million New Yorkers. And ultimately, I was proud that when the New York Times assembled a panel of experts, they rated our campaign. It came to House of Life. And those are 2 of the issues at the forefront of most New Yorkers' minds in this election. And ultimately, our platform has been one laser focused on that economic agenda in our promises to freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent stabilized tenants, to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free, and to deliver universal childcare. Because ultimately, these are the ways in which city government can make life that little bit easier for each and every New Yorker and finally own up to the tools that it already has, as opposed to pretend that it is merely a spectator in a suffocating cost of living crisis.
And finally, in about a minute that we have left, the last few mayoral Democratic primaries have been marked by a very low participation level. What's your sense of the turnout for this election?
I can tell you just from the early voting numbers that it is very exciting to see so many more New Yorkers participate in this process. From the beginning of this race, we've said we wanted to bring more people into our politics such that our elections look more like the city that we love. And we're seeing so many New Yorkers, be they younger New Yorkers or New Yorkers who've lived here for decades but had never registered to vote, finally seeing themselves in our politics, in our policies. And ultimately, we know the importance of this is because the democracy is not just under attack from an authoritarian administration in Washington. It's also under attack from within in a withering belief in its relevance to the struggles of everyday people. And ultimately, this race is one way in which we can show that we can actually deliver a city that New Yorkers can afford, and we can do so by building a movement the city has never seen before.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. People over 45 hear socialist and think he's going to abolish private property and send the rich to a gulag. People under 45 hear socialist and think he wants higher taxes on the rich to strengthen the social safety net. This is why people are talking in circles about this. Yeah, it's because the word socialist has been demonized for so long because of, you know, the Red Scare and decades of propaganda in America. And so straight up, they won't even listen to what the big scary socialist is saying, and instead they just go, no, you want to send all rich people to, you want to send them to the gulag. You want to make sure that we can't survive in this country. Like it's this is bad. Like, socialism is bad because it's bad, because I've been told it's bad. All right, you guys. So I know there's so much stuff to look at. There's so much. Everybody's talking, everybody's tweeting. I am going to take this energy, this inspiration that I feel right now, and I'm going to go beat this boss in Night Rain. I am going to join the fight, and we're going to take on this boss because we believe, and when we believe, we can win. We believe we will win. William Neff, are we moving to New York?
True.
Are we moving to New York?
Kind of seems like you guys need
Yo,
to.
Hassan's already talking about trying to buy a brown house. A brownstone.
A brown house? Caroline, you're not allowed in my state.
No, my brain.
What the fuck did you just call a brownstone?
I'm sorry.
A brown house?
A brown house.
House?
No, hell no.
I'm sorry. It's so hot in my
Perfect.
stream room. It's cooking me. It's cooking my brain. All right, let me say night-night to the politics frogs who hate gaming, even though when we
It's
game,
time for
we
gaming
win.
now.
When we game, we
It's
win.
okay, Caroline. If you want to move to New York, I have your back.
What does that mean? Are you not going to do it?
I got. No, I'll come with you.
You come with me.
Yeah.
A
Even though
change
you
gon'
call
come.
brownstones brown houses.
Did you know that?
She always messes up stuff like that.
that's
You should
crazy.
hear what she called the New York Knicks.
Wait, were you watching my stream when I called them the Mets?
No.
Oh yeah, I actually called the Knicks the Mets.
You called them the Mets?
I did.
What the hell? You've never gotten their name right once.
I'm sorry, but you know what?
crazy.
Zoran's he's a Knicks fan.
All right, say goodnight to the politics, folks, and
Okay.
we'll be here.
All right.
Someone.
Next then.
All right, you guys. All right, before I hop off stream, we're going to take on the new boss in Night Rain. We got our asses kicked last night. But you know what? Tonight is a night for dubs. Tonight is a night for motherfucking dubs. Inspirational music for gamers. Yeah. We believe we will win. Oh, wait. The implication was that you said the N-word? Wait, what? Oh, is that the joke that William was trying to make? You should see what she calls the Knicks. Look, you guys, my brain is so anti-racist. I don't even know when someone's trying to pretend that like I did a racism. That is how anti-racist my brain is. All right, everyone. If you are logging off, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for being here as we watched stupid, sexy socialism win in New York City. I don't see color. I don't see color. I'll probably be back live tomorrow night, and there's other things I didn't get to tonight that we'll talk about tomorrow. But you know what? Y'all bask in that win, okay? Before your pessimism, your little cynical brains start to take over, don't let it. Don't let it, okay? Allow yourself to feel excited. You know? It's so rare that we get to feel this way. So really bask in that. And now watch this drive. All right, everybody. Here we go. Dubs all around. I'm Caroline Kwan from Women and from Gaming. Alrighty. Okay, boys.
Okay.
All right, let's continue the dubs.